And we're live. And the fucking image looks fucking weird again. I don't know what this webcam is doing. So who's early? Fox of Fate, Megaleech, Annette, hello. All right, I have to double check what this looks like on the tubes of you. That's weird. Why the fuck is that upside down? It does. It looks dark, doesn't it? Is it dark? Is it too dark? Hey, Gecko. How's it going? Does it looks dark? Is it dark? Is it too dark? I think it's too dark, isn't it? I gotta, okay. I'm gonna go into my settings, which will take me a minute. Stupid webcam. The fuck are you doing? Exposure. Okay, it is on auto. Why the fuck would it be this fucking webcam? Seriously. See, I take that off auto and it does that. On auto, it does that. Wait. Okay, but how's that look? I'm going like, how's that look? I'm thinking, that looks better. No, that looks better. Stupid fucking webcam. Anywho, here we are. Hope you're all well. My coconut milkshake. Coconut spider is probably more accurate, actually. Cream of coconut and lemonade. Homemade cream of coconut and lemonade. It's yummy. It's a yummy start to the evening. I could stick some rum right in that one. It would go real well. Don't know how much I want to drink. I was fine today. You know what I worked out after previous Friday night? I was just a bit tired all days. Like the live stream went to 1:30 or whatever. And I got up at 7:30 for some fucking reason. And then I just felt kind of tired and not hungover, but just, tired all day. And today I slept in. I don't even know how long, at least till fucking 9:30, 10. And that's what I needed to do because I've been fucking fine all day. Gecko, you are probably right. It is probably this really bright reflective white shirt that made the auto function go dark. Normally I'd be wearing a vest, and I actually have a new vest. It got delivered today, Saturday, magic delivery. This thing I've been waiting on for, I don't know, weeks. I actually forgot how long ago I ordered it, and I was not sure if it was ever going to arrive. It's this very gothy vest. It's got like, I don't know, is brocade the right word? It's got the patterning on the, woven patterning on the vest. And it finally arrived. It's actually the right size because that was, I ordered the cheapest thing off this website called Dracula Clothing, which was a vest. Because I really like, they had all this gothy stuff and I quite like the look of it, but it's like, yeah, but I'm like, not sure if your sizing will actually be right. Like they say they have fat bastard size, but is it really fat bastard size? Or is it going to be the size for a 12-year-old Asian girl? So I wasn't sure about sizing. B, I wasn't sure what the quality would be because I've certainly ordered things online before, and the quality was absolutely shocking. And the third thing I didn't know is if I'd ever actually get it in these, ordering from overseas in these strange and troubled times, who knows? But I got it, it's the right size, and it appears to be good quality. But it smells like industrial fucking chemicals. Like it smells like formaldehyde. Like it smells too bad to keep it on. I'm going to put it on for a video a bit later. And I'm not sure if the webcam's high enough def that you'll see the patterning on it. But like it smells bad of industrial chemicals. So if anyone has a tip for getting the smell of industrial chemicals out of new clothes, that doesn't involve machine washing it, because I'm not sure it would do well being machine washed. It does actually have a dry clean only label on it. Don't really want to dry clean it. It's not a very nice environmental thing, but I'm honestly not sure what to do. Music Aviator, hello. Social isolation, yes. Mental health status, depressed and lonely, tired and apathetic. Mental mark on May 21, when your mum finishes chemo. I go to New Zealand. I'd be looking forward to you being able to go to New Zealand and do that. Glad you like the tie, Celtic King. It's one of my communist ties. One of. I also have Che Guevara. Yes. Okay, that's a good one, Gecko. They need to fit Gantu from Lilo and Stitch, pretty much. Yes, Catherine. International sizing can be a thing. I did see a very funny post. This was a while ago, possibly a couple years ago. This woman ordered a bunch of clothes off I think the site was probably based in China, and they said it was American sizing, and so she went off the American sizing, and everything was absurdly small. And she's going, oh, am I, delusional that I'm actually a big fatty or whatever? But then I don't, in a stroke of genius, she gave the clothes to her 12-year-old daughter to try on, and they fit her 12-year-old daughter perfectly. They were supposedly for an adult woman, and they weren't small sizes. I think they were like medium sizes for an adult woman, and it was an absolutely perfect fit on a small 12-year-old girl. So, yeah. Celtic King, what am I drinking? This is a coconut spider, cream of coconut and lemonade. I will be making whiskey sours later. I'm doing a side-by-side comparison of the things that make whiskey sours foam, essentially. I always use egg white, but you can also use aquafaba, which is the liquid from cooked legumes like chickpeas, or there's a can of butter beans in the cupboard I'm going to use. And I got my new amazing product, Wonder Foam. Meant to only have to put a couple of drops in and it foams up like egg white. So I'm going to do all three as quickly as I can and then do a blind taste test and see, A, if I can tell them apart, and B, if I can tell which is which ought to be fun. There is no alcohol in this, Celtic King. I did for a moment consider putting, because rum would go really well in this. And I have a lot of rum. But it's just nice. I don't know. No, I went straight into El Buzo last night because it was Friday night, which is the party night. I thought I would start with a non-alcoholic drink tonight. Mixing it up. You'll see how I feel tomorrow. Yes. Yes, Catherine, I have heard ordering clothes from Wish is a recipe for disaster. You might get really lucky, but there is a very high chance the result will be disastrous. Celtic King, AD may well join us tonight. AD does consume alcohol. He was drinking Baileys last night. Hooking into the Baileys was young AD. Speaking of AD, I'll send him the link. I haven't heard from him today, but I will send him the link and see if he pops in. See if the boy pops in. Miggled, your wife had a few wins with Wish clothing. Yeah. Gecko, yeah, maybe avoid drinking yourself stupid. I don't know. I don't think I was that stupid last night. I had a few drinks last night, definitely. I don't think I was that stupid, though. Others may beg to differ. I don't really want to start a fight about how stupid I was last night. But I had a few drinks. Abigail, good evening. Oh, yeah. No, see, Gecko, you finished off a bottle of whiskey and had problems with your vision the next day. Yep, that's a bad sign. Maybe you throttle back a bit from there. Pay attention to what your body's telling you. Oh, Abigail, but we say things got hella stupid in the after party. I assume you meant after I finally went to bed, which is what, about 3 a.m. or something? Crazy times. Celtic King. Well, yeah, man, if you made the call to not drink alcohol, I completely on board with that. The one thing that really annoys me is anyone who tries to pressure anyone who doesn't want to drink alcohol. I think that's really shitty behavior. It's really bad. The cream of coconut. I mean, I've said before how make it. You get coconut cream, just from the supermarket or whatever, and that's like really high fat content, usually like 40% or something. I don't know, it's really high fat content, coconut cream, and then you put it in a saucepan, warm it up, and 50% cream of coconut and 50% sugar, and just simmer it until it's all mixed in. So you end up with this additive for cocktails, essentially, that's high fat and high sugar. It's really bad for you, but it tastes good. Gecko, vision's been staring at bright lights, image fade, didn't go away for hours. Yeah, that was basically parts of your brain saying, well, we got fucked up last night, and I actually can't function properly today. Yeah, that's your body telling you don't do that. Okay. So Fox and Abigail hinting it was intriguing and it got wacky. Okay. Catherine, what Abigail and Fox are talking about is not the live stream. It's after the live stream finished, people who are on cam can actually stay in the studio and talk to each other, and for as long as they want. It just doesn't stream to the internet. Everyone's still connected to each other, but it doesn't stream to the internet. So, yes. So shenanigans ensued, apparently. So, yeah, I mean, I stayed in the backstage till, I don't know, 3 a.m. Abigail, your chronic fatigue, hella bad today. Couldn't get out of bed till 6 p.m. Not having a great day. Yes, one needs to be careful about how much one potentially overdoes it in things. Oh, God, Abigail. Thank goodness the after party wasn't streamed to the internet. Yeah, that's what happens in the after party stays in the after party. Oh no, Petty Wallaby, it's 5 a.m. and you cannot sleep. I can keep you company and maybe say soothing things, and maybe you will go to sleep. Or maybe not, but you can hang out with us. Gecko, 40 in June. Yeah, dude, you can't smash yourself out about as the same as when you were 20. You really feel it as the years go on. Safa, is it milk? It's coconut milk, or it's coconut cream and lemonade. It's coconut spider. And it's yummy. It's probably really bad for me. But, fuck it. Bark it. That's what I'm saying. Bark it. So, yes. So I'll be showing off my new vest tonight, and I hope the webcam can actually pick up the detail on it, because it's pretty cool. And it just smells terrible. So I need tips. Anyone who knows, so I've bought this vest from an overseas website. So it's come from overseas. It's all wrapped up, and straight out of factory. And I don't know, like it's been treated with some preservative or something, maybe anti-moth thing. I don't know. Formaldehyde is what springs to mind, but I don't really know what formaldehyde smells like. Just really fucking serious industrial chemical smell. It's bad. It's very bad. So if anyone's experienced that, buying clothes online and getting them wrapped up and they smell bad, and you had a way to get rid of the bad smell, share. Bebe, good evening. Yeah, what do I feel like I bring to the company? This is my video gear. I'm doing another video tonight. So if it's not for you, I can't wear the fucking thing. It smells that bad. I can't wear it. So I'm only wearing it when I'm making the video. So I'll be wearing it for about 15 minutes and trying to ignore the fucking smell for 15 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Okay. True stories in tonight's after party. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. So if I know it's not secondhand, it's new. That's why it smells like that. Like I got it from overseas. Websites in the UK. I don't know if the clothes actually came from the UK or somewhere in Asia. It took a long time to get here, which I was expecting. I was half expecting to never see it, but it arrived today and looks pretty good. But the smell is just intolerable. So, I can't wear it for a very long time. So I will just wear it. I thought I actually left it hanging on the clothesline through all day, and I thought being out in the fresh air and there's a bit of breeze today, I thought that might, airing it out might get rid of the smell. Not really, not even a bit, really. Abigail, yes, hopefully your sound issues are fixed. The weird technology. What the fuck is it with technology? We overcomplicate things. But we soldier on nevertheless, because we are God's little soldiers, and we go on. Actually, Megaleech, that's completely common sense. The smell. Check Google. And Safa's got loud frogs at his mum's place. No, I actually like frogs, although they can get very loud. Abigail, I haven't washed it. It says dry clean only. I'm just worried it will damage it if I machine wash it, although I might end up doing that. I might, in desperation, do machine washing. Bought clothes online, smell bad. How to get rid of that chemical? Yeah, it's formaldehyde. Okay. How to get rid of that chemical smell on new clothes? Fuck yeah. They know what I want. What's that awful chemical smell on some new jeans? I think I'm going to say put it in a fucking washing machine. It is formaldehyde. Okay. That's the way to get rid of it. Borax baking soda. Yeah, they're saying wash it. Yeah, with baking soda. It might damage it if I... what if I add dry clean only? As just original problem, dry cleaning, sprayed Febreze. Oh yeah, I should get some Febreze. They literally didn't have an answer, that web page. The spruce, how to remove chemical odors. And I found another thing. Okay. How to remove chemical odors from washable clothes, dry clean only clothes. Take them to a dry cleaner. Okay, well, fuck that. Okay. The secret way you can wash dry clean only clothes at home. Okay. Step one, read the label. Dry cleaning, what else does it say? Little symbols. Every delicate fabric can be damaged by home washing. Suede, leather, velvet, taffeta, rayon, anything with fur or down. Suits, pleated skirts, anything with significant oil-based stains are also tricky to tackle alone. That's left to dry cleaning. What does that leave? Wool, silk, cotton, linen, durable polyester fabrics, fair game for home washing. Do a spot test. If the fabrics dye, stains, a cotton swab, it needs to be dry cleaned. Okay. So this is home tips. Sea Celticing, a smell coverer, borax and bicarb. Yes. Yeah, see, Abigail, don't rinse it out in the sink. It's dry clean only. It's using even hand washing could damage it. But now I'm going to look at it. It's just here. See, does it show up at all? The not sure if you can see the sort of. Don't know if it's what if you call it embroidering or brocade. Okay, where is the label? It smells so fucking bad. Here it is. Label. It's 100% cotton. But washing might damage a pen. It smells so fucking bad. The dry cleaning, I think, is about the patterning on it. Machine washing might damage that. Oh, God. It smells so bad. Fucking hell. I think I'm going to... I probably will wash it. I'll give it a short wash on the delicate setting. Safa, should Australia make cotton? There are cotton farms nearish to Dubbo, and yes, they waste a lot of water and damage the waterways. It's a very valid question. Should we be growing cotton in Australia? Because it's real bad for the water. Real bad. So people are saying, why dry clean? I don't know. I didn't make it. I don't fucking know why they're saying dry clean only. I suspect it's for the patterning on it. It might be delicate, and machine washing or even hand washing in a sink might damage it. Sunbear, you raise a good point that it's probably fucking toxic. I reckon tomorrow morning I am just going to stick it in the machine, cold water, give it a very short wash on gentle, and do it. Gecko, what's a non-polar solvent? Oh, sorry. They go in a machine too. Yeah, okay. Nice. Petty Wallaby, your mum promised you an apple pie for Thanksgiving. Not having a family dinner because of lockdown, but she'll leave apple pie and turkey on her porch. That's cute. That's so cute. And I've actually met your mum. It came up on my Facebook memories the other day, the time you and Dave were here with your folks. And I must have said something really funny because Dave is laughing hysterically. I'm a funny guy. What can I say? So, yeah. I was just going to say something really bleak, and I probably won't. I probably won't bring down the mood. Yes, I'll say something fun instead. Going to bed, Gecko. Good night, buddy. Catch you later. Yeah, that was a nice day, Petty Wallaby. It was fun. Yeah. I'm going to have to take the risk with the vest, give it a very short wash, and maybe soak for a bit. I'm not even going to put any detergent in. I'm just going to let it soak. Maybe I should. Oh no, it said. Yeah, it said baking soda, didn't it? Maybe I'll make a paste out of some baking soda and put. I think I've got baking soda. My offspring are always cooking, and I always have to buy things, and then they use this much of them, and it sits in the cupboard forever. Yum. That's good. Vanish. Suffer. That's a product, isn't it? Unless you're just casting a spell and you made Gecko vanish. Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking about the cleaning product, Vanish? Yeah, I'm just going to put it in the washing machine. And it's a risk. It's a risk. So that's the other thing. Now that I know that the clothes from this website seem to be reasonably good quality and the right size, I was really tempted to get other stuff. Like they had these big fucking gothy coats and a lot of vests, and I literally got the cheapest vest. I thought, I can fucking risk that. I'll get the cheapest thing off the website, and I'll live with it if it, is a waste of my money. But now I know, the things seem acceptable. But if I get a coat, which I'm really tempted to do, and it's going to smell the same way. Start from I'm endorsing China. No, this is my ironic business tie. As I said, I've got my two communist ties. I've got this in Che Guevara. And people say, well, 3 reasons. Design-wise, it's quite neat because the pitch is actually made with diagonal threads of silver of different thicknesses. It's not a screen print. It's done with thread, which I think is really clever. Second is it was cheap. I forget how much exactly, but it was cheap. And that was always a big part of my decision-making process when I had to get ties for work. I haven't had to wear a tie to work for a very long time. I bought this tie a very long time ago. And the third reason I like it is because I think it's funny to have a communist leader on a business tie. The juxtaposition, if you will, is something I find funny. Mao, obviously, piece of shit. Whether it was through malice or incompetence, through his policies, millions died in famine. And of course, who the fuck knows how many people were actually rounded up by his forces and executed So not a great guy. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. Yeah, pity. Well, it literally smells too bad to wear. So I'm going to do this. Yeah. Safa, you played Star Wars Squadrons. Reminds you of X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter, which was probably the best of the Star Wars games. So that's a good sign. I was playing Red Dead Redemption 2 today. And I had weird glitches happen as Arthur was wandering down to the south. At this weird momentary glitch, he walked into a room and suddenly he just saw all this outside stuff. That was weird. And then a little bit later, it happened again, except more extreme. He was in a room and then like all the walls disappeared and everything. And then he was literally falling through space. There was nothingness. And Arthur's falling and tumbling like if he did a big fall in the game. And then he's on the ground. And I'm like, I don't remember if he died or if he was just fine. But he's on the ground and I'm like, the fuck am I? And I was about half a continent away. And my horse was back where the weird thing happened. So I had to traverse the fucking continent on foot until I got in a fight with someone who had a horse and I shot him and then I took his horse. So that sped it up a bit. Abigail, you're addicted to Factorio for a few weeks. I don't even know that one. Kirsten, yes, I agree. House hunting is depressing. The whole moving is just like fucking sucks. Music creator playing GTA Online did a 4-man heist with some people 20 years younger than you, and they weren't toxic assholes. You can play GTA and be nice at the same time. See, I can't bring myself to play GTA Online because to willingly put myself in a situation where the game's only as enjoyable as the most toxic person around just seems fucked. Yes, Pity Wallaby, the glitches in the more realistic games are pretty funny. There was one bit with the preacher in the camp who's descended into alcoholism. He's wandering around singing drunkenly, and he's supposed to be holding a bottle of wine, but the thing glitched, and he's like balancing what was stuck to the back of his hand. Like the base of the bottle was on the back of his hand, he's wandering around with his bottle stuck to his hand. It's a weird little glitch. So for in GTA Online, there's a casino. Put a Mickey in microtransactions. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, the idea, I mean, like when I heard about, there was one of the special events in GTA Online that involved you taking over a space station. And then somewhere after that, some people worked out if they had control of the space station, they could fire missiles from it. So you just find, like, because one of the things apparently people enjoy is customizing cars, and then they have like car shows. They all get together and meet and show off their cars and whatnot. And these people were firing missiles from an orbital satellite and destroying, 50 people's cars that they put some considerable effort into customizing. So I just, you read a couple things and it's like, nah, I am not willingly subjecting myself to a game that's only enjoyable if there's no toxic people. So no, just not for me. Safa, what I didn't understand, what does put a Mickey in microtransactions mean? I understand what microtransactions are. I understand the use of real money in an online game. It's that little phrase, Mickey and microtransactions, I didn't understand. Yes, Musical Aviator, that flight sim one, the 1,000-meter skyscraper in Coburg, was fucking hilarious. It just looked wild. You're like flying in a quite realistic looking environment, and this impossibly long, thin tower that looks like a pencil in Coburg is just a very weird programming glitch. But yeah, they're pretty funny. There's actually, I don't know who's ever seen them, like between when The Matrix and the Matrix sequels came out, they did this teaser stuff. It was like disc only, called The Animatrix. It was animated stories that gave a lot of backstory to the Matrix. They were done in different styles and showed different things. But one of them was when kids found part of the Matrix that was glitching, like a video game, and they could do wild things. The kids just thought it was ghosts or poltergeists or something, and they thought it was funny that they could do all these wacky things. But it was a section of the Matrix that was glitching, and so like you could clip through walls and stuff, which is a pretty funny reference to games, in my opinion. Daria, you're saying put my vest in a washing bag? Yeah, that's pretty good advice. We'll see what happens, because I have to do something. I don't really want to give it to a dry cleaner. Yeah, I got the Animatrix. I think I actually won the Animatrix disc. I went and saw a movie called Dreamcatcher, which was an adaptation of a Stephen King story. And the reason I went and saw it is because they advertised they were showing a short, an animated short, that was an important teaser for the second Matrix movie. And Dreamcatcher wasn't terrible, but I never would have gone to see it otherwise. And yeah, so I went there to watch this. It's about a 5-10 minute short. Last Flight of the Osiris. The Osiris is the ship that discovers what the machines are planning to attack Zion. And they get basically a suicide mission to get the information to Zion. And it's pretty good. Yes, Strictly Sega, the runner who pushed himself so hard he woke up. Yeah, there were a few interesting things about, in certain circumstances, people in the Matrix could force themselves to understand that it wasn't real. And not even Neo did that. Yeah, and there's also some backstory about how the war between humans and machines started, and which of course is the fucking humans' fault. It's the humans' fault. The humans made the machines, and then the humans were scared of the machines, and so tried to destroy the machines, and the machines weren't really on board with that, and fought back. I think this is a thing we've talked about in live streams before, but it's interesting to me. One point that a lot of people get wrong about the Matrix movies is humans aren't at war with the agents. Like, they're all scared of the agents in the Matrix. But that's not who humans were at war with. Humans were at war with the machines. The machines built the Matrix. Humans built the machines. The machines got to the point of self-determination, which led to war between human and machines. The agents are software in the Matrix that the machines made, and Agent Smith became self-aware and rebelled against the machines, same as the machines rebelled against the humans. So that's a thing a lot of people get wrong. I think they think like the agents were who the humans were always fighting, and it's like, no, humans were fighting the machines. The agents were created by the machines, and the agents, through Smith, rebelled against the machines in the end. Bonjour, Aspie. Abigail, I'm intrigued as to what the next Matrix movie is. A lot of people hate the Matrix sequels. I don't hate them. I mean, they're hardly perfect movies, but there's a lot of cool stuff in them. And I think, they did a good job. The Wachowskis did a really good job. Hey, Philip in Facebook, how you doing? Idea explored later, software is trapped. Pulled straight from Tron. Good call. I think the Matrix ripped off Tron. But yes, it's the same thing. If there's a thing that gets explored in science fiction over and over, right back to the original science fiction, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, humans create something that is self-aware and self-determining, and humans are scared of it and think they should destroy it, and their creation rebels at the idea that its human creator will destroy it. Speaking of shitty movies, those sort of Aliens universe ones, what were they called? Oh, God, I just blanked them out of my head. Yes, Catherine, Terminator's another one. What were those stupid movies that were like in the same universe as the Alien films? And it's Alien Xenomorphs. What were the movies called? See, I've blanked it out of my fucking brain because they were not good. They absolutely were not good. And Prometheus, that's it. Prometheus was the one I was thinking of. Oh my God, they were not good. But yes, because humans were the creation of an alien race that wanted to destroy humans because there's something wrong with them. And, then humans have created these robots that are maybe self-aware enough to not like humans very much. Safa, no Terminator has been good since Terminator 2. That's my hot take. Terminator 2, Judgment Day, was the last good Terminator movie. The rest have been some version of bad. Either not good or very, very bad. Red Dead Lefty, yes, we're all agreeing the Matrix rocked, most definitely. And waiting to see what the next Matrix movie will be. And yes, sorry, Abigail, I did see you say the Matrix is a transgender allegory, and no fight from me, because that's not just interpretation. That's explicitly stated by the Wachowskis. That's what it was all along. And it's actually very obvious, the self everyone sees in the world versus how you see your true self is pretty wild. Philip on Facebook is saying he reckons best sci-fi ever is The Expanse. The Expanse is certainly very good. And it also kind of depends, because The Expanse is TV, and you're saying it's better than any movie. I think can be very hard to judge extended TV series and movies the same way because they're such different mediums. Philip, gender in the Matrix. Okay, I saw someone do a treatise. I'll see if I can find it. Matrix transgender allegory. See if I can find it. Yeah, Lily Wachowski explicitly said yes, it is. So, saying it's long been a fan theory that is a trans allegory. Lily Wachowski said yes, definitely. She says corporate world wasn't ready for it. The Matrix stuff was all about desire for transformation, but coming from a closeted point of view. Matrix was born out of the trans sisters, Lana and Lily Wachowski, neither of whom had come out publicly when the film was released. So Lily Wachowski said, I don't know how to present my transness. I don't know how present my transness was in the background of my brain when we were writing it, but it all came from the same kind of fire. Trans people exist, especially me and Lana, in this space where the world didn't exist, so we're always living in a world of imagination. In The Matrix, all of humanity is trapped in a simulated world created by machines. Film's protagonist Neo is recruited into rebellion against the simulation. It's like when Neo wakes up, he's transitioning from one identity, Thomas Anderson, which was the name the machines gave him, to the one he gives himself, Neo, which of course means new. And this is the interesting one. One of the side characters, who's the crew, how all the crew on the ship get killed. One of the side characters who gets killed, her character name was Switch, and the intention was originally Switch was going to be transmasculine, was going to present as a man in the physical world and a woman in the Matrix. So they apparently they couldn't get the studio to go along with that, but they did make while Switch was played by a cis woman, they made her very androgynous and had the name Switch. So yeah, and then people even say the red pill, blue pill thing can be seen as an allegory for hormone therapy. There's it's got layers in it, essentially. Abigail, red pills, hormones, or as we like to call them, titty skittles. Yes. Sorry, I'm just going back to some chat. Red Dead Lefty, best sci-fi ever. Aliens, game over, man, game over. Star Trek Lower Decks. Is it possible to watch Star Trek Lower Decks legally in Australia yet? It fucking shits me that you can't, to the best of my knowledge. It's ridiculous in this day and age that they release something with such a potentially big audience and you can't get it legally. It's fucking dumb. Philip, you took Switch just be just another name. Could have called it Bash or Script. Yeah. But yeah, they like fans for ages since Lily and Lana Wachowski came out publicly. They were like, oh, they're really, geez, I look at the Matrix. It really seems like a trans allegory in there. And yeah, Lily Wachowski said, yeah, it always was. It absolutely categorically was. It's really funny when you get transphobes or just really uptight dudes usually on the internet going, nah, why are you going to say that? Why are you going to say that? and go, it's not real. You're just being, you want to make everything. And then Lily Wachowski goes, no, that's explicitly what it was. Oh, Abigail, you're saying it's not possible to watch Lower Decks legal anywhere except North America, Canada, and the US. Wow. That's ridiculous. Why? That's so fucking stupid. That is mind-blowingly stupid. Who the fuck would make a decision like that? Honestly. It's dumb as hell. Okay, you're going to see the vest in action now, because I'm going to try and make a movie. I'm going to make a video with got to make 3 whiskey sours. Now, I've got to do a couple things to get ready, because I have to make them pretty fast. Right. So I got to get the right glasses. Gotta get the right glasses. My little rocks glasses. Here we go. All right. Rocks glasses. You can see, I wouldn't have the tie this short if I wasn't wearing a vest. But I want this to show above the vest. So get my ice. Right. Yeah. These glasses chilling. Oh, I've got to get the freaking butter beans. All right, got to get the egg white ready and the aquafaba ready and the Wonder Foam ready. And after all, you're my wonder. Red Dead Lefty legally is a very straightforward definition. It is not possible to watch that show outside of North America without breaking a law. It might be quite easy to do it, but you're breaking a law. Right, shaker. Wonderful. Magical color change. That's a pea flower. Wonderful cocktail firmer. Okay. 3 to 4 drops. Ooh, it's very dark color. That's interesting. For some reason, I was expecting it to be clear. All right. I'm going to clear the decks a little bit. Give myself some room. Now, I might use my skull shot glasses. Okay. Get some egg white and some aquafaba. Getting eggs. Oh, for a second I thought there were no fucking eggs. I would have been pissed off. But there's almost no eggs. I'll have to go to the supermarket. All right, egg. Stay there, egg. Okay, egg. Oh, that's what I was doing here. Getting a little. Not that one. No, small ones. Wait, it's a small one. Fuck is this? It's full of shit. Okay. I can find big like that. Right. Okay. All this shit's getting annoying. Right. Put the egg in this one, done. Gotta get my aquafaba. Right. Butter beans. Come here, butter beans. All right. I need a Tupperware container to put these in. All right. That's what we want. Okay, so got to get all this groundwork done and be organized. I will want a fucking can opener. No, I don't. Don't need a can opener. Strainer. Strainer. Okay. Thirsty uppy. Egg. Breaking egg. Egg. Breaking egg. Reaching out. Touching me. Touching you. Da, da, da. All right. That's probably enough egg white for my cocktail. There we go. All right. All right. Messy, but I'm done. Kirsten, I'm going off another bartender's recommendation of butter beans. I've never used butter beans either. And if it doesn't work, I'll be having words. Right, so. Oh, we're going with new microwaves as well. Yep. All right, so butter beans. Richard, yes, I have very clear ice. Very excited by my clear ice, actually. There's possibly a little bit of sand. Okay, so a little bit of the aquafaba. Rest in here. In you go, little butter beans. It's probably too much. Want it to be the same amount as the egg white. A little bit less. That's right. Okay. They are the same. Come on, butter beans, come out. What the hell, butter beans? Why you gotta play me like this? Dudes, just get in and get out of the jar. Get out of the jar and into the supermarket. Philip, what do I miss most about the pre-COVID world? Not worrying about dying from it, but yeah, just going out. Being able to go out. I miss that. Butter beans. Right. Got butter beans. I'm going to wipe down a bit. Got butter beans. Got aquafaba. Got egg white. Got wonderful. And we'll make whiskey sours with Starward Twofold because I like how it goes. What are the red wine barrels? Wheat and malted barley. Right. Got that. Need lemon juice and sugar syrup. Lemon juice. Sugar syrup. Okay. So. And wait, where did I put it? I saw my freaking. There it is. Got to do a blind taste test, so I'm going to put my zombie eye mask on. And look, it looks green now because I fixed the thing not showing green. I haven't had a haircut in months. Longest my hair's been in decades. Right, so we got that. We got that with the gut. That. I'm going to shake. What are we doing here? 2 ons, 3/4 ins, half ins. Yep. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Ready to go. Abigail, do you like how long your hair is, but it's a pain to dye it? Yeah. Oh, Petty Willoughby, when I say going out, I don't like crowds. I just mean being able to go out to dinner. You know, like I don't go clubbing and shit. Although I did, there were some bars I like to go to in the city, particularly. Can't do that no more. Yes, Kirsten, gin events, seeing friends. Yeah, literally just not being able to see people. Reach. So I've got to do this fairly fast. I've got to make sure I'm ready to go. Abigail, you miss MDMA. Yeah, really hard to get in touch with your dealer these days. Unless they live within 5 kilometers of you. Oh, yeah. I'll need my fucking jigger to measure shit. All right, just got to rinse the jigger. Because I was bad and didn't clean it today. Yikes. That's poor behavior, Angry. Having a dirty jigger in your kitchen. If you had proper standards, you would never allow a dirty jigger in your kitchen. I realise what that sounds like. I'm going to stop saying it. Okay. Oh, damn. Music Theatre, you're going to join a band and we're never able to rehearse, so I had to cancel Christmas events. Yeah. There is so much that sucks about this, actually. So, where am I going to put this? Trying to be methodical. Shite. Okay. Put egg, aquafaba, and Wonderfoam. Okay. Mrs. Angry's going to help me with this. She's going to hand me things and blind taste them. I think everything's in place. Remember, that's aquafaba and that's egg white. Weird. Okay. But I fucked this up. Anyway. Because you went to a bar and it was weird. Yes. I could understand that. Right. Hello. Is it going to be opportune for you to do this in the next couple of minutes? All right. I'll call you in. All right. This bloody, it's got a bloody time. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna undo this actually. Dressed up like $1 million trooper, Trying not to look like Gary Cooper. Zoop-a-doop-a. Right. Oh, shut the fuck up, Stone. I'm glad you did it now and not in the middle of the video, I suppose. Stupid stove making noises. Ugh. So, I don't know if you can actually see the patterning on this. Let me see. And I've got a really fucking weird chemical smell that might interfere with my taste testing. Oh, Jesus, it actually really might. Okay. So, yeah, actually, this might actually Okay, no, it's going to. It's going to interfere. All right, give me 5 seconds. I'm getting another vest. I'm coming back. Okay, back with the vest. Oh, God, the more I think about it, not only would that formaldehyde have interfered with my ability to taste, I feel like I was getting high from it. Tetracarbon, miss YouTube, hackathons, VidCon, your parents. Yeah. Oh. Okay. God damn. Yeah, I feel half high. Yes, Tetracarbon feel. See my vest made from real gorilla chest. Oh, God, I hope my head's clear now. Fucking hell. Yeah, I think that formaldehyde was getting me high. Okay. What the fuck is doing now? What's this? All right. All right. So here we go. Trying to really quickly make 3 whiskey sours. I'm going to turn the camera on, of course. And the great big bright lights. Oh, I've got to close this curtain so I don't get a reflection of the light. Along the road to God. What the fuck is this shit? There we go. There we go. All right, you're getting there. Red Dead, who's Mrs. Angry? My partner. Okay. Ready to go, even though I feel like I'm fucking high from that formaldehyde. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Doing something a little different today. Got a bit of fun for you. Doing a comparison. Now, one of my favorite drinks is a whiskey sour. Nice and simple, a classic, and I really love whiskey sour. You can make so many variations of it just by changing the whiskey you use. Some people like a bourbon, and of course there's a whole spectrum of bourbons. Some people prefer it with a rye whiskey, and some people will make it with Scotch or even an Irish whiskey. I'm going to make it with an Australian whiskey, Starward's Twofold, and it's got its own unique taste. The two part of it is the base is it's wheat and malted barley, and it was aged in Australian red wine barrels, and it's good. It is really good. It's in whiskey terms, it's quite light. It's quite easy going, and it isn't peated. Definitely, no one in Australia peats their whiskey, I don't think. But it makes a really nice whiskey sour. So this is the whiskey I'm using, but I always put egg white in my whiskey sours. I like them foamy. A lot of people say, well, that's the foamy bit is optional. I don't think so, really. I think it's an integral part of the drink. I always use egg white. But egg white isn't the only thing that you can use to create that foaming effect. And a lot of people have reasons for not wanting to use egg white. They don't like eggs. They may be vegan. They may be worried about the idea of using unpasteurized egg white in a drink, worrying that, there might be some salmonella risk. Don't really think so when you're putting a decent whack of whiskey in there. But there are valid reasons for not wanting to use egg white. Another product you can use is known as aquafaba. It is essentially the water from cooking legumes. So if you cook chickpeas or get a tin of chickpeas, or according to the person who I'm trusting, butter beans works. I had some butter beans in the pantry, so I'm using the aquafaba from butter beans as a comparison. And third, something I got recently, where is it? Been trying to give meaning to my life while in coronavirus lockdown with online shopping. And this is one of the things I got. It's a product called Wonder Foam, specifically to make cocktails foam up. Use 3 or 4 drops, and they say it has the same effect as the egg white or the aquafaba. And I'd been meaning to try this for ages, and I finally got a store here in Melbourne called the Bitters Lab. Their online store is called Only Bitters, has just an incredible spectrum of stuff for cocktail makers. From, as the name suggests, Only Bitters, hundreds of different sorts of bitters. They have cocktail barware. They have some specialty liqueurs, vermouths and spirits as well. Not sponsored, by the way. Bought this with my own cash. I just think it's a great shop. If you're looking for that type of thing, onlybitters.com is a really great source. This will be the first time I've used Wonder Foam. I think I have made a sour with aquafaba before. Generally, I make it with egg white, but I'm going to try and make 3 whiskey sours really quickly, one with egg white, one with aquafaba, one with Wonder Foam, and then with the help of my lovely other half, I will be blind taste testing each 3 to try and determine 2 things. One, if I can tell the difference between them at all, and if I can pick which is which. And 2, if I can pick out which one I actually prefer taste-wise. Now, obviously, that's not going to necessarily be your taste as well, but, I'm doing what I can do. So I'm going to taste test the 3, see if I can tell them apart, see if I know which is which, and then see if I think one tastes significantly better than the others, or even a little better than the others. So now I'm going to, as fast as I can, make 3 whiskey sours. So we're going 2 ounces of our whiskey, 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice, half an ounce of sugar syrup, And for fun, the first one I'm going to do is Wonder Foam. I'm going to put 4 drops of Wonder Foam. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now dry shake first, followed by a wet shake. Dry shake, no ice. And I'm not sure if you have to do this with Wonder Foam, but it's what I'll do with the others. So dry shake, no ice. Just really get stuff happening in there. And then I'm going to add ice and do a wet shake. And then I'm going to put it in a glass with a big chunk of ice. Here comes the wet shake. I'm simply going to strain with my Hawthorne strainer for the Wonder Foam, because I don't think I need it. It has foamed. I feel like the wet shake might have defoamed it a little. I'll have to experiment more, but that's the Wonder Foam. Ba-ba-ba. Ice. Okay. Final one with the aquafiber. It's the final countdown. That's the wrong. No, that's the right thing. Jesus. I'm getting tense. Is what's happening. Lemon juice. Really worried about fucking up the ratios of the ingredients. So the drinks taste totally different just because I got the ratios wrong. But I don't think I've done that. Damn. And now the Aquafaba. I was really worried about mixing up the egg and Aquafaba too. Okay, shake. All those years of masturbating paying off. Okay, ice. Ice, nice, baby. You ready to come in? Okay, my hands are all slippery. Yeah, just come in and stand there. You'll be out of shot. So, egg, Aquafaba, Wonder Foam. You see where it's...
Yeah.
Okay. Right, now I'm ready to do the thing. And now comes the blind taste test. My assistant will hand me one of the 3 cocktails, and then I am going to taste it. All right. Let me see here. All right. Oh, love whiskey sours. It's really good. Okay, that's that one. And now for another one. Oh, yes. Guess what? I really like whiskey sours. Now, the final one to see if I can tell them apart. Okay. Now, here is my punt. I'm not going to overcomplicate it. I think the first one was Wonder Foam. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, it was actually, and I may have done it wrong, it wasn't as foamy, I could tell. I think the second one was Egg White, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, and the third one was the Aquafaba. Okay, excellent. I'm a genius, apparently. Odds were against me randomly guessing that. I was very sure the first one was Wonder Foam. There was a little bit of guessing. Like, I don't think either of these tastes bad. There's often arguments between Egg White and Aquafaba of which tastes... no, that tastes good. That tastes also good. There's possibly... for me, Egg White's a bit richer in taste. Like, I can taste the lemon more in the Aquafaba. And that was the kind of thing that tipped me off. Though I think because I usually have Egg White whiskey sours, I'm used to them being that extra bit creamier. I think the Egg White made it a bit creamier than the Aquafaba. They all worked. None of them tasted bad. I think I need to experiment a bit more with the Aquafaba. If I show it to you, you can see it's not as foamy, and that might have been my shaking. I'll have to experiment a bit more. Tastes good though. Yeah, I know. I've seen some of the foaming products be called soapy online. This isn't at all. So there you go. Options, people. There is a difference. To my mind, none of them taste bad, but if you want your foamy cocktail, you can go egg white, you can go aquafaba, or you can go Wonder Foam. Also, remember me and my milk clarifications, the whey from Milk Clarification will also do this. Look at my back catalog. I actually made a New York sour with a clarified New York sour. So you can also get the foaming from liquid whey. So the world's your oyster. You can try any of those. I think they all work. I think they all taste good. None of them put me off, definitely. Me being me, I'll probably use the Wonder Foam now because I don't have to look for eggs anymore. And I don't have to think of something to do with the yolks that I don't use. But I'd be interested if you've ever tried any of the foaming products, what you think. I've got 3 whiskey sours to finish, so I'm happy. Here, back on my double fisting bullshit again. What are you going to do with me? Hopefully, you're going to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Click the notification bell. Tell your friends. Tell me what you think is the best way to make a whiskey sour. Always interested to hear from other people. And I hope that you'll be back again soon. I'll leave you now with a double cheers. All right. Thank you very much. Well, there you go. Science, kids. You're going to stop all this stuff. Woo. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, my God. That took so much energy. All that shaking. All that shaking. Where are we? Ah. Oh, where's my fucking glasses? Jesus. Can't see anything. All right. Kirsten, yeah, a lot of people can really notice the difference in the smell with aquafaba, and actually just smelling aquafaba and egg white, they're different. I don't know if that mask occluded my nose, but I didn't really smell anything different when I was doing it. Okay. So now I've used up all my energy. Maybe I get you people to help me out and go Angry Bunch. I got 3 whiskey sours to drink. Woe is me. 3 of my favorite drink. Okay, so, and I think Aidsy texted me while I was doing that. Saying he can't make it tonight. That's okay. You'd have to leave a bit early last night too. But we understand. Okay, so Angry Bunch. Anyone who feels like joining, here is the link. If you have microphone and or webcam, join on in. Okay. Move this and get my whiskey sour action happening. What the fuck? Oh, man. I really cramped for space. All right. Got a whiskey sour, and that makes me happy. Whew, all right. Oh, yes. I'm going to make one again tomorrow. John, lovely video. Keep up the great work. Okay, that's spam. Great. Catherine.
Hello, hi.
Hey, Catherine.
I hear anything. Okay, something's wrong. Hello?
John, lovely video. Keep up the great work. Okay, that's spam.
All
All right, you've just turned YouTube on in the background by the sound of that.
Oh, yeah, yep. Sorry. Wrong one. Hi.
Hi. Okay, talk now.
Yep. Hi.
What? I feel molested, Catherine. What was that?
Sorry, everything just seemed all hazy, so I'm like, yeah.
Okay. No, it's still coming back in the background, like you've got YouTube on in the background.
I don't.
Okay, well, we're getting a really significant echo. It stopped now.
Yeah, I have no idea why it took that long.
Okay. Abigail. Hi, Abigail.
Hey,
How's it going?
Abby.
No, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Honey, Abby.
No, you went too far with your cancelling of echoes, and you've cancelled sound altogether. So, got
How's
to
that?
work. What? There you are.
And am I echoing?
I don't hear any echoes. Is anyone hearing any echoes?
A little bit of crackle, but no echo.
Yeah, I'm
We're
hearing
good.
that crackling too. That's problem B I haven't figured out yet.
Oh, I'm sure we'll survive. I'm sure we'll survive.
Yeah.
Not going to let a bit of crackling put me off. Lee,
Sure.
bit of pork crackling. That's my favourite.
Oh, that does yum.
No.
So, yes.
Excellent.
How's everyone been today? Well, actually, you already told us, Abigail. Not completely great with the chronic fatigue.
I can barely move today. It's the
That's okay. All
worst.
you need to sit in a chair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, tonight really is just sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
Just gaming a bit and hanging out with friends, I guess.
I guess. How about you, Catherine? Did you get up to much today?
I went for a walk. Because last night was the first Friday night I did in ages.
Okay.
So I was right with you guys. So I was completely wiped. So, yeah. But
Yeah.
you
Well, I
said-
really slept in.
What time did you sleep until?
I'm not sure exactly, but it was at least 9:30 or 10 o'clock before I got out of bed,
Well, yeah.
which was the thing to do because last week after a late Friday, I got up early and I was tired all day. And today I slept in and I feel better. No, it was good.
Oh, that's good. Maybe I should try that tomorrow because I made myself kind of get up early even after the live stream, and I've been a bit late all day.
Well, I won't constrain how you live your life, but my recommendation would be sleep in. Definitely sleep in.
Yeah.
So I crashed last night. I stayed till about 3. Jesus.
Whoa.
Something like that. Kirsten, hang on a sec. There we are. Hey, Kirsten.
Hello, Kirsten.
Hey guys, how are we?
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'm
Oof.
good.
Whiskey sours. They're so good.
I was so sleepy yesterday after 2 martinis and a full week of work that I literally I got off to stream to try and like sort out my sound issues, and then I was just like, nah, I'm going to bed. And I was asleep like 35 seconds later.
Yeah.
So
No, that's fair. That's
maybe
absolutely-
that was a good call because I hear that you partied until the wheeze.
Well, Megaleech's. I think Megaleech must be asking how late the after party went because the live thing went till about 1.
The after party went till I don't even know, like well past 4.
What?
Got pretty crazy though.
When do you guys sleep?
5 a.m. Okay, Safa said it's 5 a.m.
Safa reckons
about
5. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I reached my limit and went sleepy bobos long before that. Musical area. The Friday night streams tend to be at least 4 or 5. Like actual streams tend to be at least 4 or 5 hours. Then the after party is just down to how much stamina people have.
Wow.
And I reckon she passed out at about 3. So it's,
Yep.
that all makes sense. If I go,
I had to be a responsible adult today because we had 7 houses to view. So
ooh, yeah,
Ooh.
my feet hurt, my heart hurts. I just want an apartment. I hate
Yeah.
looking for real estate. Like, just give me the one I want. And the worst
Yeah.
one is the one that we really liked had people there, and like you're doing the real estate agent tango.
yeah.
Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it.
Were
Oh,
there
that-
any that were like a hard part, like
Oh,
no
like-
to the dump?
like 3 of them, I was just like, nah, let's go.
Let's
Or
leave. Yeah.
or the real estate agent had like properly stuffed up the ad and had written that it was furnished and it wasn't. So there were 2 of those today, which was, and
Ugh.
it's just like, you're wasting my time. Like, this is
Yeah.
precious time.
Precious time.
Mm.
But, you
Yeah.
know, real estate agents and recruiters never
Yeah.
proofread anything.
No.
And you're just like, if I acted like this at my job, I would get my
Yeah.
butt handed to me.
Oh, being a contractor, don't tell me about fucking recruiters. It's like, okay, you got a resume and then you get, and okay, it's not the recruiter's fault. Government departments have this key selection criteria thing that they have to have. And you get these really dumbass questions. You're looking at them like, so you're asking me a bunch of really obvious questions that are all answered by my resume. The fuck aren't you reading my resume instead? And then you go to an interview and they ask you the same questions again, and it's going like, what the fuck? Okay. You but
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
oh, Megalich is saying you should check that you get NBN fiber to the premises as well. There are apparently maps where you can check.
Actually determine if they get to the node or to the premises. Like, isn't that up to NBN code?
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, but wouldn't you be able to find out what you have? If it's
yeah,
already
it's already going to
installed?
be installed. It's already going to be installed, so they'll know. It's like you won't be getting a new installation; that it'll already be installed. My theory,
Yeah.
anyway.
It will be
So-
like
so-
asking-
The suburb that we're looking to live in is essentially just like an entire city of, well, it's a small group of like multi-story apartments, all built by the same company.
Uh-huh.
So they really look the same.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is 2018's design, and this is 2019's design, and this is 2020's design. You know, but that just means that the paint color changes, and like they put new like pipes on the outside to decorate the building. They're essentially all the same.
Hmm.
But the advantage of that is that, you know, mostly you know what you're getting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If you know what you're getting and they're roughly the same layout, the furniture can
No,
roughly go
that's
to
the problem. They're all different layouts. You're just like,
Oh,
why?
that sucks.
Build them the same.
Make everything the same.
same. Yeah, but wait,
It's like poor Nettie's saying she's been seedy all day, just feeling a bit seedy. I usually don't get worse than that. Some days after a big Friday night, I'll spend Saturday going, okay, a little bit seedy today, not going to do anything. Yeah. Today was good, and I think it was just because I slept in. Yeah, I usually don't get the screaming hangovers, I want to die sort of thing, because I normally stop drinking before I hit that point. But yeah, you got to watch yourself.
yeah.
Oh, Safa reckons you're looking for like USSR brutalist architecture apartment blocks where it's everything's just squares. It's
I don't
Oh,
really
I know
need
what you're
brutalist architecture. Like, we walked through one of the older suburbs on our way back from dinner yesterday, and there was this really gorgeous, like very brutalist building from the 70s, and I was like, that one, I want to live in that one. My husband's like, no, this is not Soviet Russia.
Yeah.
Also, we were in a super fancy suburb, and there's no way that we were going to be able to afford
Yeah.
that apartment.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the building I live in is pretty brutalist.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that. Yeah, the towers. Anyway, I have to reboot my computer, so I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
Okay. Bye, Abby.
Bye.
All right. Abby's got IT maintenance to do. That's fine. There's guys, there's a house in my neighborhood because I do the daily walks with Mrs. Angry, and there's one depending which route we take a walk past, and it's like an expensively either built or recently renovated house, and they've done it with this big flat featureless grey concrete blocks, and it's ugly as fuck. And it was like would have been no effort whatsoever to put some color in the facade. And every time I walk past it, I just go, how could you leave it? How could you come home to that? That's just depressing as fuck. Just this featureless grey block, and it just looms over you because on that particular street, like the driveways go down, so where you come in from the footpath and you go down, and this big grey concrete monstrosity loom over you.
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh, I know.
At least like brutalist architecture had like texture to the concrete. So it was that like texturecrete.
Yeah,
like,
this place doesn't even have that. Yeah.
Oh,
that's really sad.
It is. I can't imagine living there, like just coming home to it every day, particularly in a Melbourne winter, coming to this.
Yeah, that'd be awful.
Oh, that would be so fucking depressing. Like, I'm not even joking. I worry that it would really damage the mental health of the people living there.
Maybe the inside is like bright purple or something, like really fun.
Yeah, but that exterior, just no matter what you did on the inside, you initially come home to this monstrosity. And it's just,
no one's leaving home to come home to it.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. Less of a problem in lockdown when you don't leave the house, but
maybe they had to stop because the builders or something were like, oh, we can't work anymore because of the lockdown.
No, it's not a new building. It's sometime in the last 10 years, but then
I've got nothing. I have no idea.
Yeah.
When I think ugly buildings in Sydney, I think the University of Technology on Broadway. Do you know that building, the UTS building?
Yeah, that is brutalist architecture at its absolute finest. That looks like a Telstra bloody server bloody building.
Yeah. That's a really
an
good
exchange building.
Yeah. Like that people aren't in because you wouldn't put people in a building that looked like that. And it's just like, I reckon that's the prize of pretty much the ugliest building in Sydney.
We walked past it the other day when we were going somewhere, and my husband very aptly pointed out, he's like, "That's a technology university."
Yes, yes. It gives you no faith. It looks like a 1950s Soviet building, and how would that inspire you to think of technology for the future? God damn.
Well, I don't know. I kind of appreciate a little bit brutalist architecture in that it is that sort of like of that era and of that sort of school of thought.
Yeah.
And I think it's got value.
Yeah.
But not outside of bloody Soviet Russia. Like, that's where you should have brutalist architecture. You've got brutalist architecture in downtown Sydney. You've got a problem.
People can hear me.
Yep, can hear you, Abby.
Yep.
Oh, excellent.
You're a bit quiet, but it can hear you.
Yeah, you are. But...
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oops, I dropped my water bottle. How's that? Is that better?
That's excellent.
That is better.
Well,
And
yeah,
that's more comfy.
I'm gonna improve the gain on my microphone so it's not in my face.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah.
You know what I like? You're
Cool.
talking about Soviet era stuff, the triumphalist statues, like the stylized Superman type statues that they had as a glorious tribute to the workers throughout the Soviet Union. It was like, and some of them are huge, like they're monolith, some of them. And it's just, yeah, there was some shit going on in the Soviet Union in the 20th century.
Yeah.
It's like, damn. I do love I think that Chernobyl miniseries brings it home quite well. It's like literally death by bureaucracy. And possibly, most of Europe was saved by a group of people who were willing to die to save everyone else. Because there's a funny thing. Not many people died directly because of the Chernobyl disaster. Like only a couple dozen, probably. Hundreds, if not thousands, had their lives shortened by cancer as a result. But
in the fallout,
if the dozens who died hadn't done what they did, there's the real fear that the worst imaginable thing with huge chunks of Europe being absolutely uninhabitable and millions of people dying. But because they headed it off, it's like, oh, we're all scared of Chernobyl, but you can say, well, only, a couple dozen people died. But yeah, that's because we just narrowly averted the literal worst case scenario. But
I'm wondering, how big is the uninhabitable zone around Chernobyl?
Good question. I do not know the answer to it. Although what I have heard, it's not the only uninhabitable zone in the former Soviet states. It's just the one we know about because they had a lot of reactors leak radiation and render. There were stories that there were sections in Siberia and whatnot where there were signs basically saying, drive with your windows up, do not stop. And it's just like, awesome! Don't run out of petrol. It's just, and it's like because there was so much latent radiation from badly maintained nuclear plants that there were huge chunks of areas that they've never really been honest about that have incredible toxic levels of radiation. Safa thinks we're down on the homeland.
Sorry, Safa.
Sorry, buddies.
Sorry.
Yeah, Pripyat is a ghost town.
I'm not down on the on Russia. Down on some of its aspects, like
down on some of the things that were done.
But it's fine.
Who's seen the movie The Death of Stalin? It's a comedy,
but I've heard it's really good.
It is the bleakest fucking comedy you can imagine because it's funny. It is funny as fuck. But then you realize what you're laughing at, the bloody institutionalized brutality and just the random disappearing and torturing and murdering of people because Stalin had gotten so paranoid. And the figures in it, giant of Soviet Union, and they're being played like obnoxious public servants, which is probably what they were. But it's literal life and death. Like you actually have this one guy, Molotov, whose wife had been taken by Stalin, and he totally towed the company line and was like, yep, she'd done the wrong thing. She had to be taken. And it's like, dude, what the fuck?
Did you say Molotov? Like the cocktail?
Yeah, no, but the guy the Molotov cocktail was named after, actually. Yeah. So it's Molotov and Khrushchev and a few other real big players from the Soviet Union. And it's one of the funniest bits is when one of the guys finally makes a power move, and the actors who play all the roles, none of them do Ruski accents. They all talk in their own accents, which is so much better. when one of the guys, Steve Buscemi, is playing Khrushchev, and he's finally making a move on the guy who was basically running the secret police in Russia, and he's got the military on side, and there's this general, is Jason Isaacs, who is great, like, Malfoy's dad in Harry Potter. He was the evil
He's
captain.
also in Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah, he's the evil captain in Star Trek Disco, and he's playing the general, the head of the military. So all these other guys are party guys, politicians, public servants, and he's a fucking like World War II hero. And there's this one bit when Khrushchev finally comes to him, Steve Buscemi comes to him and is like, "We're going to do this, and we're going to get this guy," and he just does this stone-faced thing and says, "Comrade, I have to inform you, you're going to be prosecuted for plotting against and having anti-Soviet sentiment." And Khrushchev shits himself, and halfway through the sentence, the general just starts laughing and just goes, "Oh, your fucking face, that was brilliant." Because that's how this shit worked on a knife edge. If someone denounced you, you were dead. And you could go, "Oh, we're all plotting together, and one of your co-plotters could suddenly denounce you, and you're fucking dead, and you're literally dead." And it was so funny. Just when he says, "Comrade, I'm going to inform on you for anti-Soviet activity and conspiracy," and Khrushchev's shitting himself, and the general can't keep a straight face and just starts laughing. Goes, "Your fucking face, that was great."
Of all the jokes to play.
And you realize the shit you're laughing about in this, with people getting shot and people getting, and you're just going like, because it's this insane bureaucracy taken to a country destroying level. And like we've all had workplaces like that where you didn't actually get killed, but the same sort of mentality was there. But then you go, "Oh no, this really happened. Shit."
Yeah.
Oh, I'm laughing at the abduction, torture, and murder of people. I'm really bad. But it's good.
People generally are assholes.
Oh yeah.
People are the worst.
Oh, fucking
Like,
people, man. And so whenever anyone says something to me about, "Oh, how could that happen?" and I'm going, okay, first, embrace the idea people are shit. Everything else flows from that. The starting point is people are shit, and then everything else happens.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No lies detected.
Yeah, I start saying modern Russians hate Stalin, so they fucking should. He was a fucking monster. he was terrible.
Yeah, like modern Germans hate Hitler. It's just
Rightly so. But modern Americans fucking love the slavers of the South. Who the fuck knows what's going on there?
oh yeah, there it is.
I don't think that those Americans can be considered modern.
Yeah, that's actually probably the big thing.
Yeah.
Oh God, speaking of it, has anything fucking happened to Trump yet? This stuff is insane.
I have no idea.
I haven't checked lately.
He came out onto the White House steps and said, "I'm off medication. I'm totally fine." But he
Don't believe him.
they definitely gave him a new spray tan because
he's brown. I'm looking at I just looked up the pictures.
So orange. Yeah. I think they tried a little bit too hard to make a healthy glow.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. And actually listening to if you've never heard it, the ABC has a really good weekday podcast they just call CoronaCast. And it has a journo and what's it? Oh God, my brain's blanked. The guy with the sexy light Scottish accent. He's a qualified MD, but he's worked for the ABC for years. Norman Swan has got this really calm, and he's got got the whole Silver Fox Daddy thing going on, and talks in this calm, light Scottish accent, and you just feel really reassured when he says shit. But he said, when I said, "Is Trump okay?" and they're going, "Oh, you know those drugs they gave him? That was a horrible mistake. You don't give those to someone until they're really, really sick. You just panic and inject everything into him, you've got no fucking idea of what happens next. Because those steroids and stuff he was given, that's what they give to people who are about to go on respirators in the hope they don't die. And Trump wasn't that sick. They just panicked and they give him everything. It's very bad.
I just hope that he gets really, 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 really ill. Don't want him to die. I just want him to be very sick.
Yeah. And
Forever.
I don't think he got sick enough.
Forever. Well, so
Forever,
my mum told me that one of my cousins, she is in England. She's definitely had it, and she's had to move to the country because she can't breathe properly, and she's been classified as a long hauler. So for the rest of her life, she's going to have respiratory issues.
Yeah.
Forever, and she's 27.
Whoa.
Oh,
Some athletes have got that long haul COVID, and I saw pictures of a bodybuilder, like someone who was hospitalized, didn't get ventilated, but was in intensive care for a couple of weeks. And this was a dude, he was jacked, he was a bodybuilder, and he just wasted away. Like he got out of hospital, he couldn't walk unassisted, and he's like, I can't do anything. Forget exercise, I can't walk. You know, it's like I move across the room and I'm struggling for breath. Like my life isn't in danger anymore, but I'm so fucked. And just the before and after pictures of him were stunning. So it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, some of the most healthy people have been like significantly impacted.
Yeah.
Forever. Yeah.
Somewhere between 15 and 30% of cases get really fucking knocked around. That's the thing. 70 to 80% don't. 70 to 80% go, some don't really even notice they've got it. A huge chunk go, I've got a cold or I've got the flu, definitely, I'm not well, and they get better. But when you say 15 to 30% have long-term or permanent, Jesus, that's a lot of people.
And we won't know how bad those people will actually get in the long term.
Yeah, we won't know for years.
Yeah,
we won't know for years. And it's just fun.
So I got like proper influenza, and a couple of years ago, it took me a year to recover, like a year. And that was hard. Like the post-viral fatigue was actually what was the worst. That being said, I would never, ever, ever, ever wish influenza on even my worst enemy.
No, it's bad.
What
work
about
with
Trump?
Well, I think the world is in danger.
I was rethinking whether or not I would wish it on. Yeah, there's a couple of people I'd wish it on.
I literally believe if he doesn't get a severe case of it, like if he only gets a really mild case, that will cost literally millions of lives because it will turn into bullshit propaganda. Proper precautions won't be taken. It'll spread like fucking wildfire. And so, that whole 1% fatality.
They're arranging a new, like another bloody rally in the Rose Garden. Did you learn nothing?
Yeah. Dr. Fauci has gone, I'm out. Like he was being really circumspect for months because he didn't want to get fired by Trump. He just came out and said, oh no, that shit in the Rose Garden, that was a super spreader event. That was dumb as hell. Why did they do it? And it's like, so he's clearly gone, he's either convinced the Democrats will win the election or maybe Trump will die or he just doesn't give a shit anymore. He just doesn't give a shit. Because he just straight up said this was bullshit.
Fauci's not keeping his job if Trump gets reelected, and I don't think he cares anymore.
No, he's either gone.
Yeah, because Trump doesn't bloody listen to him.
Yeah,
Trump doesn't listen to anybody though. So
that's the thing. That is the thing. Yes.
Yeah, but he's like the complete medical guy who's meant to be the number one correspondent, public face, public information guy.
Yeah, Fauci's been presidential medical advisor since the AIDS crisis. That's when he first came to the fore. And he actually put himself on the line because, of course, Reagan completely botched the management of the AIDS crisis. But and a lot of the activist groups hated Fauci because he was the public face of it. And Fauci definitely made mistakes. But a lot of the activist groups hated Fauci. But he said, okay, tell me about it. Talk to me. He didn't write them off. He said, you can only get the right result if we talk. And so Fauci let people abuse him, people shit all over him. But he said, this is bad. We've got to come up with a solution. And he's been a presidential advisor since then. And Trump's like, I don't think I need to listen to him. And so, oh my God.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
definitely.
35, 40 years? He's been
That's 35 years. That's basically 35 years he's been advising you. So that's Republicans, that's Democrats. They've all said, yeah, you're a guy who knows his shit. Forget politics. You actually just know. We're going to talk to you. Trump? No, it's all politics with Trump.
Oh.
It's not even politics. It's just ego. He's weird as hell.
Yeah, it's pure ego. Yeah.
It's frightening.
Well,
Sorry, I'm tapping on one of my
people
mobile.
knew this. People knew this when he ran, and everything is coming to pass.
Yeah, but nobody, including Trump, thought he was going to. Trump didn't. It was so obvious Trump didn't want to win, but he's just gone with the ego trip ever since. So.
Yeah, it's like the Australian election when we're like, oh yeah, we're so certain that Labor's gonna win, and you did that live stream, and then we got to a couple of hours in, and it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
How depressed was I an hour or two into that live stream when it became?
So I was at the Greens post-election function. Hobnobbing with all the Greens people. And when they made the announcement and Scotty went up and gave his speech, and we were just so sullen, even though like it wasn't Labor, like I was with the Greens, and even though Adam Bandt won his seat back, which was great,
that was good. Yeah,
we all knew like the Liberal. I mean, Labor's fucked, but Liberal is just out there fucked.
Oh,
like,
apocalyptic!
It's
apocalyptic.
So it was just devastating, even to us.
Yeah, it's kind of like the difference between neutral bad and neutral evil and chaotic evil. Labor's neutral evil, liberal chaotic
I don't
evil.
know.
Liberals are lawful evil. Liberals.
Yeah.
How I'd always done D&D alignments. The first part is your opinion of law and authority, and the second part is your opinion of other people, basically. And so lawful, neutral, and chaotic is lawful is basically I'm into rules and structure. Neutral is I can go either way. Chaotic is fuck the pigs, and then of course evil, neutral, and good are quite obvious. Evil is you will hurt and fuck people up. Neutral is I don't care if people get fucked up. Good is I want to protect people.
Good and evil is about empathy and selfishness, and that's the way I put it.
So I always played chaotic good in D&D. Basically, it's like be good to people, but fuck the authorities. And the Libs are lawful evil, definitely. And Labor might be neutral, not necessarily. They might be almost true neutral.
I'd make a case for either true neutral, probably not lawful neutral, but the way they're heading, definitely lawful neutral / lawful evil.
Yeah. Oh, Dan Andrews is definitely lawful neutral. Dan Andrews never met a set of rules he did. And again, I would probably rate I do. I rate Dan Andrews as the best political leader in this country. And I mean someone who's holding power, not head of a party. I mean of the premiers and prime minister. I would rate him as the best leader, and that's a real fucking low. That is such a fucking low bar. But he comes out on top. But he never met a set of rules he didn't like. He never met a cop he didn't like. He never met a punitive system that he didn't like.
I think the problem with Labor is they're so true neutral right now that they can't get elected.
Oh, they've been centre right for years. But they just have weak leadership. They need a strong, charismatic leader to just grab the party by the reins and run with it.
I wish Kevin Rudd wasn't such a piece of shit, because he had the potential in himself, but he was such a piece of shit no one could work with him. B, Gillard had heaps of potential, but Rudd was such a piece of shit he destroyed her. I was so disappointed in Rudd. He was just such a piece of shit in the end. Annette, I think Jacinda Ardern looks pretty good, but she's not Australian. So I was I haven't paid really close attention to Jacinda Ardern. I think if I did, I'd probably rate her as better than anyone in Australia.
Yeah, for sure.
But
it's a good current.
We got what we got.
I don't think Labor has anyone. Safa, to answer your question, I don't think Labor has anyone who stands out at the moment. Or maybe, what's her name?
Plibbers.
The senator. What's her name?
Plibbers.
Maybe.
Tanya Plibbers said she didn't want the job, but
lesbian points thinking of my favorite politician, just because she's hard as fucking nails. Penny Wong. Penny Wong. That's
But I mean, we all saw what happened to Julia Gillard. So a lesbian Asian woman? No, she doesn't need that shit. She does not need that shit.
No, nor does she want it, I think.
Give her a ministerial role. Give her a ministerial role.
I think she does quite well in the whole ball breaker, had enough of your shit role.
Yeah. Oh my God. In the Senate, she's such a fucking head kicker. I love it. When she just tears into them. How she says, she is clearly saying, shut the fuck up, without ever saying the words, shut the fuck up. Just like the dudes on the other side are sitting there like, well, Jesus, I've just been slapped around so fucking hard there. And
and I swear the problem with Penny Wong is she's a woman. If a man acted like that, he would be leader of the Labour Party. He would be Prime Minister. But because Penny Wong's a woman, she's not anywhere near as important. And Julia Gillard was like that, but they didn't like it.
Yeah. Because
she was a woman, basically.
Yep. No, that is absolutely 100% true. Absolutely.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, but that's what I liked about Gillard. That's like what I like about Penny Wong.
I loved it.
I reckon they're fucking awesome. Like, again, for all and like all politicians, Gillard had a bunch of failings, but that speech telling Tony Abbott to get fucked, and Tony Abbott had to sit there and eat shit because he knew all the cameras were on him, and that you could just see him collapsing inside because he can't respond to anything, and she's just fucking eviscerating.
Yeah,
I will not be lectured.
About
man. Oh my
God. Misogyny by that man.
The speech is world famous.
Literally,
my favorite thing is that that speech has been sort of taken onto
so many times.
On TikTok, and there's so many people like putting their makeup onto that speech. It's like I listen to this every day. This is my pump up. You're just like, hilarious.
I love music remixes done to that speech.
Yeah.
It's so great.
I'm looking at the main video of it on YouTube. Oh no, that's not it. Where is it? ABC has the full speech, 3.5 million views.
What's it called?
I just searched Gillard misogyny, and a whole bunch of things come up. But Annette's saying the Gillard going at Abbott had a revival in the UK because, of course, the talk of Abbott being appointed to that government role.
Oh God!
Like what the? Okay, I know what Johnson was thinking. Johnson's a piece of shit, and Abbott's a piece of shit, and so they like each other. But my God, that was like creating a drama for yourself when you didn't need to.
Yeah.
It was just. That was so weird. That was a self-inflicted wound on Johnson.
Did you see Johnson basically just saying Trump's like a lunatic, he's lost the plot?
I did not, but that's good.
Literally, like in an interview, he's just like, I don't get it. I think he's very unwell.
Yeah. Well, he's high as a fucking kite at the moment. With all the shit they pumped in.
No, he's off medication. That's what the press conference is about.
Oh, he's always been taking some sort of amphetamines or.
Oh, the way he used to sniff in all those other debates, like everyone's going, how many lines of Adderall did he do before he went out there? Because he couldn't stop sniffing, and it was really weirdly creepy and uncomfortable. You know. And I saw someone did a reading. They just cut each sniff he did in the thing, and it runs for a couple of minutes. If you just put them one after the other, there's a couple minutes of Trump going, and you're like, oh God, fucking stop it! What the fuck?
That's just weird.
If you can't do a supercut of something weird happening, what is the point?
Exactly right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I've drunk all my whiskey sours. Thinking of
3
making
whiskey
something.
sours.
Yeah, 2 shots of whiskey in each of them. Ha ha!
So that's a good chance of whiskey.
Look, I barely made a dent in the bottle. That's my new bottle. That's made 3 whiskey sours, and it's barely a dent in the bottle.
Nice.
Oh well, but that's how much is that? That's 30, 60. That's 180 mils. So that's that's not far short of a third of the bottle.
Not an insignificant amount.
Sorry. All right, I'm just putting it back in its place.
I didn't order another bottle.
It's oh my God, the twofold is so easy to drink though. It's like I'm not a huge whiskey person, but finding that, and it's particularly in cocktails, it's so fucking smooth. It's like, yeah, boy. I mean, I don't mind like rye, like a lot of people do rye in the whiskey sours and stuff, which is much spicier and whatnot. And I don't mind that at all. But just having a really smooth drink is just, yeah. I should make a gin thing with Wonder Foam, like a Clover Club or something. Something that you normally put egg white in with gin.
Gin sour?
Just a gin sour, yeah.
Do I want a teeny or a Grony? I'm ordering from my.
Ooh, well, I mean, there's no competition for me because I don't like Negronis. I would go martini, but you're different, so.
I like both. I went to my brother's house and picked up all my packages. I got 4 boxes of liquor delivered.
Yeah.
And there's still more to come. I definitely know that.
Oh, damn.
4 boxes? How many bottles is that?
Oh, there were only. Oh no, there were more than 1 in 1. I was going to say there's only 4, but there's not. There's 5.
All right. Oh, the only question is, do I do one of my Tiny Bear gins, or do I say fuck it and do Brogan's Navy Strength? Gin.
Ooh. Well, it depends how much up you want to get.
I did, God, one of the Friday nights when, after already having had several drinks, going, I'm doing a Navy Strength martini. And it's just like, and I put 2.5 shots in. And I was just like, okay, going to bed now.
There's like one single piece of hair that didn't make it up.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh,
Driving me insane.
all right, stay, David.
It's good.
Maybe what would go well with this? Probably the ginger Tiny Bear would go well in a sour, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, ginger and sour flavors. Yeah. Ooh, Annette, because Annette's got the Gypsy gin, which is the spicier of the Tiny Bear ones. What do you reckon's the best mix with the Tiny Bear Gypsy?
I like Gypsy and ginger, like ginger beer, or like a Fever Tree spice ginger. That's really good. And I quite like it as a G&T with Cappy Dry and cucumber.
Ooh.
And I just like it on ice. It's so good.
Yeah.
Like just a big fat rock of ice.
Drink. Yeah. The Gypsy is a zingy little drink. So there's the recommendations, Annette, either a gin and tonic or a gin and ginger beer. So
yeah, there's a couple of different sorts of pepper in the gin. So the cucumber works really well as like a flavor, like enhancer-y neutralizer. I've definitely seen them serve it with capsicum.
Ooh.
As well, red capsicum.
Yeah.
But I don't like capsicum, so that's fine. If you like it, you can have it. It makes me burp.
Oh well. Right.
I'm
Okay.
gonna pour myself one of those Bloody Marys again.
Oh yeah, go for it. What's in the gin section here? Alaska.
I'm not drinking tonight. I don't.
That's fair. No,
Yeah.
I had a pretty rough day. That seems like a fine choice. Gin.
And I had a huge day yesterday as well. Just all day, I was on the go.
Yeah. Pacing yourself is important, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh, a last word. Gin and chartreuse and maybe. Let's see. What else is on here?
I think he made it bad on purpose. Ungarnished. There's definitely too much vermouth for me.
Ah. Yeah, because you're super dry with your teenies. Yeah.
Sneaky motherfucker. I'm still going to drink it because I'm a good wife.
Yeah, definitely. This is the Attention cocktail: gin, vermouth, creme de violette, absinthe, and orange bitters. Fuck yeah! Sorry, not that has foam in it, but 2 ounces of gin and just 1/4 ounce of the other things.
You could put 3 drops of Wonder Foam in that and shake it up and call it something else.
Yep, a foamy attention.
Just FOMO.
FOMO.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the greatest name ever.
So what's in your Bloody Mary, Catherine?
I'll bring the juice. Basically.
Gin fizz. I could do a gin fizz just without the club soda. Not that I've got an objection.
Then that's just a gin sour.
Yeah, it's a gin sour.
I don't know if it's technically Bloody Mary, but it's vodka, and it is V8 vegetable hot and spicy juice with
Ooh.
tomato, carrot, celery, and chili.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's a cheats Bloody Mary.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
And
That
I
sounds
like
pretty
that. That sounds really
Yeah.
good. So the BWS that's around the corner from where we're staying is pretty good. Like, the range is excellent, and there are a couple of gins in there that I want to pick up. And one of them is a gin called Bloody Mary gin from
Mhm.
Wild Distilling Company.
Yeah.
And it is a gin specifically designed to be put in Bloody Marys.
Nice.
Oh, gin.
Nice. Ooh.
I've had bad experiences with gin.
I noticed Annette's been drinking Marionette's Blackberry Mere and Triple Sec with lemon and soda. Hell yes, you would drink that down and forget it's alcoholic.
That sounds.
yeah.
The Muir is like bloody grown-up Ribena.
Yeah, no, that's dangerous as hell.
That and soda is like.
Yeah.
I like Muir and soda just as a tall drink, and by the time my husband is singing really loudly because he's got his noise cancelling headphones on. I don't think he knows how loud.
Oh my god! Has he got headphones on?
So this Airbnb is enormous. Like, it's really big.
Mm-mm.
There's like a hallway and another hallway. Can you hear that? So
Yeah.
loud.
I can't hear it.
I didn't have a hallway
Yeah.
at all.
So I'm pretty sure this Airbnb is the biggest apartment we've ever lived in.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can't stay here because the couch is uncomfortable.
Oh, okay.
If the couch wasn't uncomfortable, I would definitely stay here. I'm also seriously convincing, trying to convince husband to just email them and be like, we'll stay here for 6 months. We'll pay you this much money. Come and get the couch because it's shit.
Yeah.
And we'll just go and buy a couch. Like, what's an $800 couch at IKEA? We need a new couch anyway.
Yeah, because they can't get the very few transient people now with Airbnb. Fuck, do it. Just say, we like this place. The couch sucks. We'll pay you this much if you take the couch away. Don't replace it. We'll just get a couch. But
Yeah, the couch is really bad.
Sorry, I'm just saying in the chat, Red Dead Lefty said, I hate Trump. That's it. Get out. We do not tolerate that sort of talk on the channel. Get out.
But Captain, if you can seriously do that deal with the Airbnb, you should try it because that sounds like a really good deal.
Like, realistically, this is enormous and really comfortable. It's just the couch that sucks. And we need to buy a new couch anyway. I've decided what couch we're buying, so it's not like we have to have a conversation about what the couch is.
Yeah, make him an offer. Make him an offer. Because they probably staked all this money on an Airbnb and they're probably shitting themselves at the moment. Make him an offer.
Yeah.
Considering that we booked for 7 nights and then we extended an extra 2 nights, then we extended another 7 nights, and they've not said it's a problem at all, and they've kept the rent really low, I reckon if we said, hey, if we pay X amount for the next 6 months, would you be interested? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we could. Because the other thing is I just cannot be bothered with real estate agents and fucking applying for places and any of that. I just don't want to do it. Also, there's a literal hallway of cupboards and then another hallway of cupboards. There is so much storage in this apartment.
No. Do it. I reckon you'd be doing them a favor. They would They would be real happy with an offer like that. And if it suits you, I'd say do it. Make them an offer that works for you. And I reckon
Yeah, because no one's traveling interstate. No one on holidays, and no one needs an Airbnb for a weekend or a week or something.
There's an apartment hotel that's not very far from here, and they started advertising places like 6 months rental for like $560 a week plus 2 weeks rent free. And that was before we left Melbourne. And now the same ad is up. Places $500 a week plus 200, like 2 weeks rent free. And I'm just like another couple of weeks, they're going to get real desperate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I honestly think
there's nothing wrong with this apartment except for the fucking couch. And I already know that I want to go to IKEA and I want to buy a Kivik. I even have it saved in my shopping cart. It'll take me 15 minutes to organize.
Yeah.
But husband says, no, that's not the thing. That's not right. It's not how we do. And I'm just like, no, I just don't want to deal with a real estate agent.
I reckon you'd be doing them a huge favour.
I reckon we would.
Yeah.
And even if I said
agents, it's property managers.
It's property managers.
It's arguable who's worse.
Yeah.
Oh no, it goes like pond scum, lawyers, some sort of like slushy amoeba, and property managers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
all right.
But
That is an insult to pond scum.
It is an insult to pond scum. Sorry, pond scum. I did say that they were above property managers. Yeah. There's also a definite like party going on in the balcony, like 3 over, because you can have people that you're not related to in your apartment.
What? Where are you?
Sydney.
I mean, I'm Adelaide. You know I wouldn't anything.
Went out to a bar the other day, and
Kirsten went
all of us
out
here
to
in
a
Melbourne,
bar.
all of us in
Yesterday.
Melbourne were just like, oh,
We
so
hate you.
jealous.
Go into a bar.
Yeah.
I forgot to put the Wonder Foam in this.
Whoops.
Oh no! I just would like to visit friends.
Oh,
That's my staff card for a discount at the bar.
aha!
Nice.
Nice.
Lovely.
Nice.
So I was sitting there chatting to the one of the bar staff there, and she's like, oh, martinis so we ordered a round of martinis, and as soon as someone sees a martini go out, they start ordering martinis. She's just like, you started it, and now the whole fucking bar's got a martini in front of them. And I was like, martinis, easy to make, a lifetime to perfect. And she's like, I am writing that down. So there we go. There's another one that you can steal off me, Angry.
Yes. No, that is absolute gold. I keep
That one is definitely a direct copy and paste off the actual Martini Whisperer, Philip.
Oh, that's
Philip
okay.
A. Jones.
For anyone who doesn't watch my cocktail videos on YouTube, I keep stealing lines from Kirsten. Like, ooh, that's a good line. I'm using that in a video. All right, so I made my whiskey sour. With
a further follow up. Why aren't we watching Angry's cocktail videos?
Yes, I've almost got 100 subscribers. Oh my god, that's really good. Jesus.
Was that the ginger bear gin?
2 ounces of ginger beer gin, 1 ounce of lime juice, half an ounce of orgeat, and half an ounce of my citrus oleosaccharum.
Amazing.
I feel it.
Oh, what are you doing, Catherine? What are you doing?
Catherine.
What has happened?
I can fully giant cockroach, and I'm like, what?
Catherine's being attacked by cockroaches.
My goodness, being attacked by a computer.
Oh, there you go. Something got Kirsten as well. My God. Oh, and it's Crow.
No.
Oh, Catherine, I don't know what you started there, but you know.
Yeah, no.
Megalich, maybe I do like ginger. I have to get a good quality ginger beer and taste it and see, because my palate has changed a lot over the years. And I used to hate ginger. I didn't know if I liked sarsaparilla, and I got sarsaparilla and I liked it. Mind you, it's really interesting because it's such a strong taste, sarsaparilla. I could only drink a small amount, but that's a good thing as well. To not want to drink several liters of it. Okay, that's incredibly disconcerting what's happened to Kirsten. So
I think
you know, Recorder cider, the strawberry cider.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't drink it because I'll
too
just
sweet.
end up drinking liters and liters. It's so yummy, and yeah, it just.
Oh my God. The one they released, it was a limited edition, and I don't know if they ever did it again, but they released what they called a winter cider, and it was like a spiced cider. It was designed to be heated up and be
Okay.
Yes, Kirsten definitely dropped a tablet. There you go. What do you call it when you warm up the drink? Christ, my brain stopped working again.
Mold?
Mold. Thank you. Yeah, no, it was designed, you could drink it cold, but it was designed to be a mold cider, just warm it up. If you ever see it, Recorder League's winter cider is fucking great. It's just got like all those sort of Christmas pudding spices in it, cinnamon and whatnot. Oh my God, it's good. Hey, Shannon, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Grasshopper, how are you?
Okay, just in case he wants to, I'll duck across to Facebook and put the link in. Because Grasshopper's usually up for that. Bit of that action. Oh God, now I'm getting an echo. What's that about? There wasn't an echo.
It's me again, is it?
I don't know.
I'm just super paranoid about echoes now.
Yeah. It's been really inconsistent. No, I'm not hearing it anymore. Okay, here's Grasshopper. Hey, buddy, how you going?
Grasshopper, how's it going?
You're back.
Hey, Catherine. Hey, Abby. How are we?
Good.
Good. And I prefer Abigail to Abby, by the way.
Sorry. Okay, cool.
Just no, it's fine. I went by Abby for ages, and then I have a friend who, I actually have two friends named Abigail, and one of them just said, yeah, I prefer Abigail because they were called Abby throughout all their childhood, and they wanted to like have something a bit more mature. And I thought, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. So I decided with a few people, I'm going to try out just Abigail, like the full name, and I really like it. Like it's a bit more mature and not childish. So yeah, so I'm telling more people now.
Yeah, I want to check the connections on your microphone there, Abigail. It's a bit staticky.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, I know.
something we're living with tonight.
Yeah, so it's better than the echo, but yeah, there is something wrong with my. I did an overhaul of my audio system today, but yeah, I've got more work to do, and yeah, I'm aware of the crackling.
I say it's all Angry's fault.
Yeah, probably. Absolutely, probably is. Well, what are you saying about the abbreviations, Abigail? Like, if I get introduced to someone and they start saying Andy, I'm straight away. We're not doing that. That's not a thing. That is absolutely not a thing. Because there are two sorts of Andrews. Ones who are way on board with Andy, and ones who'll punch you in the face if you do it.
I assume you're of the latter group.
Yeah, I really am. Although my mum always called me Drew, and I was never averse to that. So, and some people over the years have called me that, and I'm fine with that. But Andy was just no.
Even if I ever got to know you in real life, like on a face-to-face basis, on a consistent basis, I don't think I'd be able to call you anything other than Angry. It just seems to suit you.
The meetups all the time.
Yeah. I've never associated Andy with you ever.
No.
No, I mean when I
just
first
doesn't
added you to
suit.
Facebook and it was coming up as Andrew, I'm like, so that's his name. Oh well, he's forever angry at me, you know. It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
one of my best friends. His real name is Matt, but his nickname online for the longest of times was Draconis, Draconis,
Hmm.
and I've always referred to him as Dracky. He knows who he has met through me because they will refer to him as Dracky. If they refer to him as Matt, he knows that he didn't meet them through me.
Yeah.
Because I don't call him Matt, I call him Dracky. He's Dracky.
Yeah.
You know,
For most of my friends, my name is Grass. They don't call me Shannon. They call me Grass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
I was convinced my name was Katie up until I was 8 years old. I had a sister who was 2 years older than me when I was born, couldn't say Catherine. She called me Katie, and until I entered primary school, I didn't even know my name was Catherine.
Fair enough.
So many people get their names because like toddlers can't say them.
Mhm.
My grandparents, you know how grandparents basically get to choose what you call them.
yeah.
Yeah.
My dad's parents were Granny and Poppy, and so then like to my mum's parents, and oh god, her mum was so good. Like she said, like, yeah, we could call you Nana, and she goes, oh, why don't you just call me an old goat then? And I was like, Nanny goat. And I was like, oh, damn, grandma. So we actually called mum's parents by their name, which was Leela and Leslie.
That'd be a bit weird, yeah.
Yeah, but the funniest thing is my oldest brother couldn't say Leela, and when he tried to say it, he's gone ooh, and so we called her Ool, OOL, which was just like, and it's because the oldest was, I don't know, couldn't get his mouth around Leela, and it just came out ooh, and so we all grew up calling her Ool, and she never complained about it. So I was like,
Yeah.
When I was younger, I could never do the ch sound properly, the ch sound properly. Every time that I tried to do a ch sound, it would always come out with a sh, as in Shannon.
yeah.
And I didn't understand when I was a kid, when I first learned the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang song. I about 5 years old. Hey, Dad, shitty, shitty, bang, bang, shitty, shitty. I beg your pardon.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, in French, the ch sound is sh.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, there you go.
And
Yeah.
in German, because you're in German,
But-
it's Schule, not school.
Yeah. But shit in French is merde. So
Yeah. I
don't-
think
I don't
it's shit
associate
in
it.
German. Most of our language actually comes from German. I think in German it's shit. Or
Because
something
of
very.
the Saxon invasion.
A friend of mine's dad is a lexicographer, and he speaks like 5 different languages, German and
Yeah.
Russian and all of these sorts of different weird and wonderful things. And he loves to talk about the evolution of various languages. He's like, you can hear the Latin in French and German and Spanish and stuff like that. You
Yep.
can hear these influences in all of these different languages. English was invented by other languages holding other languages up for ransom in back alleys and dangling them upside down for loose grammar.
Yeah, yeah. I love
Yeah.
that Kirsten saying her childhood family nickname was Zizza. That's a good one. Is
Yeah.
that Zizza's sister or
That sounds like a rap name.
It
Like
does.
some
And
rapper.
that's a good
Yeah.
rap name.
Yeah,
Oh, that's it.
my-
Mega Leech. German for shit is Scheiße. Yeah, Scheiße.
Scheiße.
But that's where we get
Oh,
shit
yeah,
from the
that's-
German Scheiße.
My
Jason,
wife's sister, her
yes.
name is Alison. Nobody calls her Alison because my wife couldn't say it when she was younger. So
Mm.
everybody calls her Assen. That's her name now. It's Assen.
Aston. Oh dear. Oh dear.
But she couldn't say Alison.
So the whole language thing, I saw a video, it was
Yeah.
on Twitter, someone shared this video and they said, that time someone asked Werner Herzog how many languages he spoke and he gave the most epic answer ever. And I was going, oh, you're probably overstating it. And it starts off as I expected, like Werner Herzog saying, they say how many languages you speak. He goes, a few. And he's like, and he's because he's speaking in English and he's going about English and he starts saying, like German and this, and he's rabbiting on the number of fucking languages he speaks. Modern Greek, because I studied Latin and classical Greek. Greek's not that different to modern Greek. So he's going on and he goes, I understand French, but I won't speak it. You literally have to hold a gun to my head to make me speak French. and the interviewer laughs and he goes, no, that happened. I was in one of the former French colonies in Africa, and his little group got kidnapped by these child soldiers. And he's going, and they were drunk, and some of the really young ones seemed to be high. And I was very nervous because they were drunk and pointing machine guns at my head.
That's a good reason to be nervous.
And I said to them, you've got the wrong people. We're not who you want. And they started shouting, you're Francais only. They're saying, like, only speak French. And so I begrudgingly answered them in French. But that's it. I regret having done that. You have to hold a gun to my head to make me speak French. It's just like, dude, fucking serve the French. Do it, mate. Do it. Just fucking... That's
nuts. That's absolutely
just fucking
nuts.
Slam the French.
So going on about languages and names,
Yeah.
in primary school, there was this Vietnamese student in my class who we called Hoi. And it turns out in Vietnamese, you write in the form to enroll him, it had last name and then given names.
Yeah.
And because they didn't speak English as the first language, they just wrote the kid's name completely backwards.
Yeah.
So we thought his first name was his middle name.
Ah,
and
yes.
vice versa for 4 years. And he didn't correct us.
Okay.
4
Yeah.
years.
You often get that with people from other countries. I'm just going to be polite and not correct you. It's
yeah. And then it's like,
Justin's
Hey.
back.
You're back.
hey,
Hello.
One of the
so
fun
yeah,
things
for
about
4 years we're calling this guy by the wrong name and he just didn't say anything. And then suddenly there's this announcement in class, it's like, oh, you know Hoi? His name is Kung. And it's like, his name is Kung. It's like, oh yeah, they filled out his form wrong and no one mentioned it.
Oh, wow.
Bloody years.
it's one of the things that I dearly love about sign language is that finger spelling somebody's name over and over and over again becomes repetitive and time consuming and whatnot. So
Yeah.
almost everybody in the deaf community gets given what's referred to as a sign name, which is for all intents and purposes a nickname.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
It normally starts with the first letter of their name and some sign that everyone agrees is their personality.
yeah, exactly. Yep. My sign name, because I'm a huge fan of Superman, is the Auslan S, and it's Shannon for the S on Superman. And so that's my sign name, which I love. My wife's sign name is Eleanor. And it's because she looks like Wednesday Addams from the Addams Family, according to the deaf community. So that's her sign name.
Nice. Nice.
But in sign language, they are unintentionally racist with some of the
Yes, they are. Yes, they
the
are.
sign name that they've got for various countries and various ethnicities and stuff like that. So like the sign for
did not
Australia
know
is
that.
Australia.
Yeah,
And
kangaroo.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's not the kangaroo. It was the
No?
English going, oh, the convicts, no, put them over there.
I'm actually on board with that. I like that.
So that's the sign name for Australia. The sign name for Ireland is Island. And people are like, oh, it's because of the flint of the Glenrock. And it's like, no, it was the English going, what the fuck is that? That's how...
I thought it was the Irish saying fuck you to the English.
And the sign name for England for the longest of times was England because of the fuzzy hats and the strap. So that was England for the longest of times. It's different now, but that got changed because that is lesbian. So
all those English rug munchers. That's what we're talking about.
I love the sign for bisexual is bisexual.
Yeah.
Bit of them column A, bit of them column B. You know, the sign for gay was gay.
That one got changed because it's pretty fucking offensive.
It did. But
it
a friend of
it was
mine,
basically that. It's like, gay. And
yeah, a friend of mine, she's Indian, and she has the red dot. So her sign name is.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, God, the other one they had to change was traditionally Jewish was this, which was the hook nose, and at a certain point,
dear,
at a certain point, people went, "Yeah, no, dude, don't do that." I marshalled at the gay Mardi Gras in Sydney a long time ago when I was living in Sydney, and the section that I was marshalling, there's a big bit of the deaf community there because there was a deaf float mob, and so they were very enthusiastically. They were having the time of their lives, and they were helping me. They were talking, and because some of them could hear, and so there's people talking and signing as they talked. So I'd start to understand what certain signs meant. So when one of them was like asking me a question and pointed at me and went, "Are you?" Or I mean, okay, you just asked, am I gay? Am I straight? Or am I bi? And I was like, okay, I get why I'm straight, but that was funny. Like, no one told me that one, but as soon as someone said, "Hey, are you?" Or, I straight away knew what they were saying. It was really funny.
There's parts of the sign language that I absolutely love, and some of it is the complete and utter lack of any form of tact that exists inside of the language.
What was that one that was like a jerk off motion, but it wasn't? But it was during one of Dan Andrews' presses, and based on what the journo had actually said, the jerk off motion seemed appropriate, but apparently it meant something else, and everyone was just watching. Did that guy just call the journalist a wanker? Because it meant something else. But everyone was like, "Oh my god."
My favorite sign is like, say that a deaf person says, "Oh, can you help me move tomorrow?" You can turn around and go, "Yeah, I'm available."
That's cool. Yeah. Okay.
And it's all about the inflection, the facial expression, and all of that sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, I'm available. That's fine. Yeah. But if you're like angry with somebody, you're like, it still means what you think it might mean.
Yeah. Tone means everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, but it was if you haven't seen someone, say, for 3 years or 4 years, and then you randomly run into them and they've gained a bunch of weight, you're not going to turn around to them and go, "Wow, you got fat," because it's rather insulting and rather insensitive. In sign language, that is the exact way that you will reintroduce yourself to them. It's like, "Wow, you got fat."
Wow.
Why?
Perfectly acceptable in the deaf community. It's because it's such a visual language, and everything is based off the visuals that they can see of the person and of their surroundings. It's just pointing out the obvious, and it's perfectly natural, But in spoken languages, we're a bit like, "Oh, that's a little bit unsubtle,"
Yeah. You have to have a certain amount of tact.
Yeah.
Like, guys, if you've had any education, know you can never, under any circumstances, no matter what, ask a woman if she's pregnant. You just can't. It always backfire. I remember it was actually on an ad. It was two female friends meeting who hadn't seen each other in ages, going, "Ooh, I haven't seen you in ages." And one of them goes, "Oh my god, you're pregnant!" And the other one goes, "No, I'm not."
No. The amount of times people have asked if I were pregnant is ridiculous.
A friend of mine, when she was pregnant, she loved answering the question "no."
Yeah.
And people go, "Oh, so you're pregnant?" No.
I've been asked by pregnant women. I've been asked by friends. I was once asked in a lecture by a professor.
Whoa.
If I was pregnant.
What the fuck was his problem?
It was a master's level lecture. It wasn't like this massive undergrad. And there were like only a dozen people in it. And he was worried that a pregnancy would mean I wouldn't be able to complete my research. And I just had to like take him aside and say, A, I'm not. B, none of your business. C, don't ask people that. I was a little bit more tactful than that. But yeah. And that was me.
All right. Okay. Ooh, Abigail's got a soundboard. Yes.
What else do you have on the soundboard?
Yep. All right. So now we don't need a special effects artist. We've got Abigail. We're good.
Yeah.
You know, the next time that I crack off one of my horrible jokes, there it is. Yep.
Yes.
Do you have any other sounds?
Oh,
my
goodness
God.
gracious.
Oh dear.
Good times.
The last thing I remember from last night was all your jokes, Shannon. So
Don't know what you're talking about, Queen. I'm completely innocent of all bloody charges, and I will deny it till I die. I don't give a damn if it's up on YouTube. I will still deny it because, you know, I'm running for the Liberal Party. I need to get used to the idea of lying through my teeth.
The obvious.
This is the shirt that I was telling you about last night that everybody in Fiji kept on stopping and wanting a photo. So, yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
And smack your giraffe. Okay.
Everybody in Fiji thought it was the funniest shirt that they'd ever seen before in their life. And I got stopped about 15 times from them saying, "Oh my God, I need to get a photo of that shirt."
It's a good shirt.
It is a great shirt.
It is a good shirt, definitely.
Love a good joke shirt.
From
I'm
way
just showing.
back in
This was Wonder Foam. Look how persistent the foam is. Like
Wonder
it's-
Foam.
Yeah, you missed Shannon, the lead in. It's I was making whiskey sours earlier, and I usually make them with egg white to get them foamy. Some people don't like egg white or vegan or whatever, and you can use a vegan alternative like aquafaba, which is the water from legumes, chickpea juice, or butter beans, which did actually work. Another guy on YouTube told me butter beans, and I thought, well, you better be right, buddy, because I'm trying it. And then there's this magic product called Wonder Foam, and you put 3 or 4 drops of this and it does the same thing as egg white. So that's a drink I finished a while ago, and the foam's still really persistent.
Wow, that is good.
it's so good. And you won't go back to egg whites once you have one foam.
I made
And there's about
I'm
there's about 600 cocktails in that bottle.
wow. I made
Whoa.
Someone
I
did
made an
maths on it.
aquafaba mayonnaise once for my sister-in-law because she's vegan. So I made an aquafaba mayonnaise, and I don't have normal mayonnaise anymore. Aquafaba mayonnaise is so much better. It is so much tastier. It's really good.
How do you make aquafaba mayonnaise? Or can I please have a link to a recipe? Because I don't like egg mayonnaise.
I've got your.
You've got my number. Text me.
Yeah, I'll text you. Yeah, I'll text you how to make it. If you've got one of those kitchen sticks, the little handheld kitchen wand sticks,
the whizzy things.
Yeah, that makes it really easy, and it's super duper tasty.
So it's just the way you're doing that as well. Remind me of that episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer where no one comes forward, and they're trying to come up with a plan. And then what do we do? And Buffy goes. And everyone looks at her like, fuck? And so she picks up the steak and goes, no, this.
I still say my favorite part of that episode is where Spike gets the mug of blood and he starts drinking. He goes vampire face, and Xander walks in and sees Anya asleep on the couch.
When they can't talk.
Yeah, and he comes in and starts beating the crap out of Spike, and then she wakes up and stops him. And they're kind of like, and she's like.
I'm partway through a Buffy the Vampire Slayer podcast that just finished season 5, and they're just doing 2 lesbians, and they just review every single episode on a podcast for about 2 hours an episode, and it's all about the bi subtext and all that, and the
subtext. You mean like
text, actual text? Yeah. So I love their episode analysis goes for longer than the episodes. I love that. That's excellent.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, from what you were saying, it sounded like the podcast episodes were longer than a Buffy episode.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're going for like 2, pushing on 3 hours. They just finished season 5.
Yeah,
you know, It's
Yeah.
amazing that you don't come across a lot of people who aren't Buffy or Angel fans. It's you meet the random person that hasn't seen it, but it's pretty
Yeah.
rare to come across somebody that turns around and goes, "Yeah, no, I hated that
I
series."
haven't seen it.
Queen, goodness, if we
It's
ever meet
always
up, darling,
one.
when it happens, I'm gonna educate you. You don't have a choice in this. I'm gonna educate you.
So when it came out, my very, very religious mother sort of banned me from watching it.
It's pretty
And
satanic.
rather than make me like desperately want to watch it, I don't know. It just isn't my thing. But I like vampires, which is really strange. And I got to read like the entire Anne Rice collection, but not watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh, that's all Anne Rice's psychoses coming out in those vampire stories.
That and her sexual fantasy goes
But
wow.
I also think that my mum, like, she had weird rules. Like, we weren't allowed to watch The Simpsons, or like
That's good.
Oh, that is a weird rule. Yeah.
When I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to watch it either. The first time I saw a Simpsons episode was when a friend of mine invited me over to his place for dinner one night, and after dinner, it was normal for him and his brother and his sister to sit there and watch it. They had 2 episodes of The Simpsons on back to back on Channel 10 back in the day,
Yes.
and I
Wednesday
watched my
night.
first 2 Simpsons episodes.
I always loved it how there was a channel on Foxtel when the Olympics were on. They would just
Yes.
have 24/7 The Simpsons.
To give you an
Because there was
alternative. to the
no way
Olympics.
they could compete with the Olympics. So they just
Yeah.
said, we're just going to play every episode of The Simpsons for 24 hours.
Mm.
Well, yeah.
My brother is a huge fan of The Simpsons, and with his brain damage, it's a thing that he like needs to have around as a
Comfort thing.
yeah, it's a comfort thing, yeah, a security blanket, if you will.
Yeah.
So my NAS that I have for storing all of my data, I've had to set aside a rather large chunk for the entire 30 seasons of The Simpsons that I have ripped
Just
off.
Add a hard
Like,
drive.
he's
add
bought
another hard drive to it.
he's bought all of the Simpsons DVDs, like all of them, and I've had to painstakingly sit there and rip them all off that
Yeah.
onto the NAS because he's got a smart
Yeah.
TV in his room and it connects to the NAS and uses it that way. So
Nice.
Are you trying? Because the whole of The Simpsons is on Disney Plus.
I have a Disney Plus subscription. We can't get the app for my brother's TV, and
right.
he doesn't possess the mental faculties to understand to open up a web browser inside of the TV to go to Disney Plus and all of that sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god! But I heard I haven't bothered watching it on Disney Plus, but that they expanded all of the Simpsons things to be widescreen. So the early seasons that were square, because TVs were square then, and so it cuts off a huge chunk of the top and bottom of the image, and a lot of the Simpsons is visual jokes. So a lot of these early seasons make no sense, because what Disney Plus have done with the episodes to upscale them for widescreen TVs has cut off the top and bottom, and in a lot of cases has literally removed the jokes. And the characters will say something, and you'd be like, "What the fuck are they talking about?"
I know. I couldn't get into it.
Have you heard of the blue screen edition, the Blu-ray edition of Buffy? How much they just absolutely fucking torturously botched it. There's one infamous scene because they widened it. There was one scene where you could see the cameraman and boom operator in the scene.
Oh, that's brilliant!
For an extended time.
There's a group of people. There's a group of people online, all of them huge-time Linux nerds, that are in the process of re-uploading a bunch of old series where they've digitally upscaled them to be proper, like high resolution, provided that they were recorded the right way in the first place and all of this.
Yeah.
They're digitally upscaling them, and they're currently working on Buffy. They've finished off the first 2 seasons. And I've got the first season, and it looks so good. I've got an ultra wide 1440p monitor that is 3880 in its vertical, and it fills almost the entire screen in beautiful crisp. It's absolutely fantastic. As I keep on saying to people, if you're wondering what you should do in terms of trying to upscale any of your old movies or anything like that, pay a Linux nerd.
That's good advice.
I think someone's doing an AI upscale on Star Trek DS9 as well.
Yes, they are. Yep. Because they've it was done in the studio for Next Gen, and it wasn't done badly, but it could have been done way better. And the Trek community, being a bunch of nerds, went, "No, we're doing this."
Well, the thing with Next Gen is that they filmed it on film, so that they had all the source material that they could use. With DS9 and Voyager, they didn't. So they literally can't remaster it without some sort of AI technology. And that's why they can't do it. Not because they don't want to or because it wouldn't make money, because they just can't. And so it's reliant on other people to do it. And like they have to redo all the like external ship shots and all that with TNG.
It's sort of like a lot of these remastered games that are constantly getting released, and most of them have been done very, very poorly. The one that really sticks in my mind is the remaster of Warcraft 3 with the Frozen Throne that was on sale for Blizzard. I got rid of my Blizzard subscription when that whole thing with China happened. Screw them. Wrong choice.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people did.
Yeah. But a friend of mine's got it, and he's got the same size monitor as me, just a different brand. They don't have widescreen support. It does have a higher resolution support, but it is digitally upscaled. It's not native support. And it looks absolutely terrible. And they want people to pay the better part of $90 for this. And I'm like, that is not worth it.
It's not gonna happen.
Really not. Give me a game like Skyrim where the modding community was allowed to. Sorry, go ahead, Angry.
Sorry, I think I dropped out for a second there. I felt like doing a bit of an explainer for people who may not know how things are shot for TV and film. What you see on a TV screen and what you see in a cinema screen is not everything that was shot. And in fact, even in cinemas, the film they are well, these days, a lot of them are digital, so this isn't strictly true. But with film projectors, what's on the film is more than what you are seeing. If you see everything that's on the film, you will probably see the edges of the sets and the boom microphones and some of the crew off to the sides. But the projectors frame it so you only see the bit you're meant to see. So what we were talking about before, even when you shoot for TV and they go, okay, I've got a little framing thing on my thing that tells me that's what's going to be on TV. But everything around that is actually recorded. So if someone fucks around with the source material and presents it in a different aspect, you end up seeing stuff you're not meant to see, like boom microphones and the cast and whatnot. I took some friends to see one of my favorite films. This was way back fucking in the 90s. It's called Jesus Montreal. But for some reason, the cinema we were in was projecting on this square format rather than cinema. But not only was it cutting off the edges, it was square and it was showing the above and below of the thing. And so the boom was in shot for about 50% of the film. And I'm sitting there going, what the Jesus fuck is happening?
And it takes you out of it.
Oh, yeah, it took me out. And because I dragged these people in saying, this is one of the best films. And you're just seeing the fucking boom microphone for half the film. And I was livid. I wanted to fucking crucify. It was a Jesus film. I wanted to crucify someone. So
I do that when I see marks on the ground.
Yeah.
Like there's spots.
But I love you, Abigail. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Most people don't realize that what you see on the screen is not what's shot. What's shot is actually much bigger than what you see on the screen. And then it's put into the medium that you watch it on. and it's framed correctly. So if someone fucks around with the formatting, you'll end up seeing stuff you're not meant to see.
I'm not afraid to say that I was today years old when I learnt that.
Yeah, no, it's really weird. Like, and that was, and
Same
this
here.
was when I saw this film, this was the first time I realized it. I was like, this isn't possible. I've seen this 6 times. You don't see the boom. What the fuck? And then someone explained, oh, the film they're showing is actually way bigger than what you meant. And because these clowns did the framing completely wrong in a completely inexplicable way, you saw shit you weren't meant to see. And it's like, weird. And I'm sure actually a film technical person could explain why. I don't know why. I don't know why that's done. I'm sure a really knowledgeable film person could explain why. I know it happens, but I don't know why it happens. So,
My only claim to fame where films is concerned is that you could see my elbow very briefly in the original Matrix movie.
that's pretty good.
Ooh.
That is pretty good.
That is a claim to fame.
Yep.
Because it showed in Sydney.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to know about this.
So the scene where Neo meets up with Trinity at the nightclub.
Yeah.
The nightclub that they used to shoot that scene was a old nightclub called Black Market that used to host a kinky club called Hellfire.
Yeah. No, I went to Black Market.
Hellfire, yeah.
Yep, it was at Black Market that they shot that, and I was there that night.
Cool.
And
Cool.
so the scene where you see everybody kind of dancing in this slow-mo type of strobe light thing, I can actually point out several people that I know, but very, very briefly in one of those you see the back of my elbow. I'm like, yeah, I'm in the Matrix.
Close enough. Yeah.
I love
hey,
the
good enough.
question. So, are you credited, Grasshopper? Yes. There's like, elbow in bar scene.
The back of elbow, Grasshopper.
Excellent question. Excellent question.
Yeah, no, so I tell everybody
But
that
does
I was
that
in the
mean
Matrix because,
you-
technically.
You got to meet
Technically you were.
the cast?
No, they came in very briefly. They did like 4 takes to get the entire thing, and they were basically surrounded by their bodyguards and whatnot, especially Carrie Ann. Keanu, he was more focused on what it was that he was trying to achieve in that shot because it was really late at night, and it was very evident that he and Carrie Ann Moss were really tired. But there was a lot of security around Carrie Ann because female movie star unfortunately gets a lot of unwanted attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Oh, Annette's also saying, Grasshopper, you must know the same people because she used to go to Black Market as well. So
Annette, maybe we can talk later.
it's like, I went to Black Market. Yeah, that's all right. Hellfire, and it's like, ooh, Jesus. Okay, cool.
No, but shooting film is fun.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I actually was paid to be in a scene in a kind of documentary, which they ended up not using, but for half a morning's, I was like 20 and unemployed, and I got like $800 for half a morning's work. So while I was slightly miffed, I was slightly miffed they didn't use it in the film. It was like $800 for half a morning's work when I was 20 and unemployed. It was pretty fucking good.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
Hey,
I
I never got any royalties or payment for my elbow in the Matrix, and I'm absolutely gutted.
Oh.
You can tell.
Yeah.
I'd be a millionaire.
For those who want to know, I was an insurance cheat in this. It was a film about private investigators, and I was someone who was making a total disability claim but could still ride a bike. And but they didn't use it. Mind you, they did use a really funny one where they were trying to track someone who they saw was faking a back injury. And there's this whole dramatic scene where they're doing their tailing a car and whatnot, and they lose him. But then they went into this like Turkish restaurant, and they go, okay, let him go in. All right, now go in. And then they're trying to find the people in the Turkish restaurant and to see if they can get some video of them doing something that someone with a back injury shouldn't be, like, dropping something on the floor and picking it up, but they can't see them at any of the tables, and they're sitting there going, "Where is she? I can't see her. Where is she?" And then the belly dancer comes out, and they went, "Found her." And the person with the supposed debilitating back injury was the belly dancer in this Turkish restaurant. So it's like, okay, no, she's faking it.
Yeah.
Speaking of bikes, sorry, go ahead, Catherine.
So in 2017, I was in this Australian horror movie, Rabbit. I think it was 2017. Is anyone here from Adelaide?
No.
Not on camera.
So,
not that they would admit that.
no, so I think we saw in
We need that sound effect now, Abigail.
So, in 2010, I think it was, there was this great big storm, and Adelaide, like the entirety of South Australia, lost power for an entire day.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So the night before, I was up in the Adelaide Hills in Cobo Forest shooting a horror movie.
Oh.
Oh, and then the power went out.
Yeah, freezing bloody cold. A tree went down and hit a porta potty on set just as someone was walking out of it. So everyone was completely freaking out. You missed about how actors say they spend like an hour in makeup. I did that for a dead body scene. There was a scene where they were going to find my dead body. And so I spent an hour in makeup. Just sitting there getting dead bodies with makeup and hair and all that. And they didn't end up using it. But it's a really good horror movie. Like, I was in two other scenes, but this was the one where they find my dead body after I get killed. And there's a film on Netflix called Rabbit, and it's all about twin torture experiments and stuff. It's really good. Yeah.
Horror
Okay,
movie.
that sounds pretty intense.
Yeah, and it's called Rabbit, and it's on Australian Netflix. So,
A friend of mine that lives over in America, he was actually an extra in one of the episodes of The Walking Dead. That's his claim to fame.
Was he
as a
zombie?
zombie?
Yeah, as a zombie. Yeah.
How long was he in makeup?
Apparently not very long. The masks that they had people wear took a little bit of time to attach to the face properly, but apparently that it was like a coverall mask that was just basically taped on properly, because there weren't a lot of people that had a lot of close-up shots as zombies, but those who got chosen for that, they would be in makeup longer, of course.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the background
The
zombies
hero
just
shots.
Yeah.
There's one dude who's on The Walking Dead, and he's often used in horror movies because he doesn't have any legs, and he's gotten very good.
Yes.
He's gotten very good at moving very fast on his hands. Like he can walk on his hands, keep his whole body off the ground, and which makes for a great zombie because you can do some prosthetics so there's guts hanging out at the bottom and he's still crawling around. Looks very good. But I saw some prank videos they did. They put horror makeup on him. And because he's really fast when he wants to be. He sort of bursts out things and start chasing people. And people's minds just snap. Because the whole thing is, like when I see ones of like, it's like a Japanese prank film with someone in a velociraptor suit and people panic and run. If a velociraptor bounces around the corner, I'll probably get a jump scare out of it, but I'm not going to run because I'm going, there's no such thing as velociraptors. That's not going to attack me. It's a costume. But this is a dude with no lower half, apparently, and with horror makeup. And something in people's minds just snap because it's just so wrong.
I have
and
seen
they run, and they scream and they run.
I've seen the video that you're talking about. The one that made me laugh a lot was the one where he goes at a guy that's in a shopping center, like a Walmart or whatever.
Yeah.
And he coming out and he's making the horrible noise. And the guy's got something in his hand and he sees it, but he literally chucks it straight at him and runs away.
Yeah. I've seen another guy. He's a contortionist, and he's been in a few horror movies because he can like bend and twist around and then go on the ground and like walk upside down on his hands and knees in a way that seems physically impossible because he's got freaky double joint contortionist shit going on. And he's done prank videos as well where he wears horror makeup and because he looks like he's possessed. He gets and just all his limbs go at completely wrong angles, and then he flips over and walks upside down in a way that should be impossible and does it really fast. And because his neck's really fucking weird too, and he twists his head around while he's doing it. I've seen the videos. He does that to people and they just run. They're just like,
can I just take a moment that we're talking about pranks while we're on YouTube? Can we just take a moment to denounce the fuckwits that do those fake prank videos?
Yes,
where, like we left our car in the hood overnight and this is what happened type bullshit, and they hire people to break into the cars and all of that sort of shit. Fucking scumbags. I really hate those people.
Joey Salads, piece of shit.
I don't hate
know
them.
the name, but
I hate the people who think that that's entertainment. They're dumb.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that too. But they fake it, and it's to promote an agenda, and it's disturbingly often a really racist agenda. Yeah. And they go, "Oh, this is the thing that no, you fucking staged it, you piece of fucking shit." Yeah. Fucking in a dumpster with them.
It was like that dumpster fire of a kid who like had that fake arm prank, and he was actually reaching out and grabbing girls' butts, and everybody was like, "Hey, that's sexual assault." And Sam Pepper, that's him.
Yes, that's it. Who actually turned out to have sexually assaulted underage fans, and I think he's possibly in prison. I think he's possibly in prison because he definitely committed actual, real, serious crimes.
Well, it's
actually let's let's denounce all gross, predatory YouTube assaults who have really young fans and want to exploit that.
Can we call out the arse hats like the Logan Pauls and the the pieces of shit like them? The Sam Pepper, like the thing that always got me about that was after everybody turned around to him and went, "That's sexual assault, you piece of shit." He all of a sudden then made that really quick, hurried YouTube video of, "Oh, it was a social experiment."
Everyone agreed to be in it.
Cut my ass.
We paid these girls, and now we're going to be doing it with girl doing it to a guy type bullshit and all of this. And it's like if it was a social fucking experiment, they wouldn't be paid actors. You're full of shit, and you're a piece of shit. Yes. And then after that, like he deleted his YouTube channel and lost all of these promotions and whatnot. And then to try and make a comeback, he did that whole fake kidnapping thing. And oh god, it's just he decided to come back being even more of an arsehole.
Yeah.
Than what he was before, even more of a scumbag than what he was before. Yeah. And it's
he had London, I think.
Yeah. I just did a quick look up of him, and apparently he's doing really well on TikTok. Like he definitely got ostracized from YouTube, and now he's doing TikTok apparently.
Chris Brown's on TikTok, and everyone keeps reporting his TikTok.
Because he's a fucking predator.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
everyone's like, good. Yeah. No, report, hate speech.
I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that.
Twitter, he's like, can people stop reporting my TikTok? I just want to like make music and stuff. And everyone's like, no.
No, because you're a piece of shit, dude. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, 100%. No, all of these fucking arsehole celebrities, like the football players that beat the shit out of their wives and all of that. Like there was that guy over in America that got caught on camera doing it, and he lost his thing and whatnot. And you've got all of these arsehole sports commentators out there saying, "Oh, he's going to lose his entire career." And it's like, so beat the fuck out of his wife, like.
Because if you behave poorly, that's the consequence.
But that's happened here, particularly with one sickened me. There was some Aussie rules star was convicted of rape, and he'd been defended the whole way by people in the football world. And then when he was being sentenced, the coach, he was like a top level AFL player. His coach gave a statement to the court about, that's not the guy I know and whatnot. And I just wanted to put the guy's head in a fucking blender and say, that is the guy you know. The guy you know did this. The guy you know is guilty, you fucking piece of garbage. Why the fuck are you arguing that he should get a lesser sentence? You fucking piece of garbage.
It's like that piece of shit that raped that girl behind a dumpster over in America, and he got busted. And his dad was like, "Oh, yeah, 20 years of jail for 20 minutes of fun." It's like, no wonder your son is a piece of shit rapist when he's got fucking you as a role model. You piece of shit.
Turner is a piece of shit.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and you can't ruin. So the girl in question, she's actually come out. She's written a book. And she did a 60 Minutes interview, and it was actually like, it was about reclaiming her name, reclaiming who she was, and just being like, yeah, everyone knows Brock Turner's name, but nobody knows who I am. And, you know, that's had a profound impact on my life. And, you know, for a very long time, I didn't leave my house. And the just general, like, terribleness of this situation. But you know, you've got to go to therapy and try and move through it. And one of the things was being able to say what her real name is. And now I literally can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
Chanel.
I just noticed,
Chanel.
Sorry, in the chat, Savannah on Facebook is absolutely empathizing with what we're saying. They live in Nebraska. Football's huge. The college football players get away with everything because the football is regarded as more important than anything else.
It is this overwhelming thing the world over.
I'm very much looking forward to that not being like a thing that people get like. It's like Ben Cousins, right? So he had a drug problem for years. For years and years and years. And
I'm sorry, may I interject? I'm sorry, may I interject? Who's Ben Cousins?
He was a former AFL player. Very high profile. But
and he got done for methamphetamine use. So he is literally a homeless crackhead now.
He's in jail.
He was in jail. He got out of jail, and then he went back to jail, and then he got out of jail, and then he went back to jail. And last I heard, he was washing windscreens for change on the Canning Highway interchange, which, if you're from Perth, that's kind of like the place where the crackheads who live under the bridge, like,
it breaks your heart to hear of people going down that path, but it's making me wonder what's more to this story.
Well, here's the thing. It was absolutely known about and covered up by the football club for a very long time. And there was a whole lot of like shady dealings with known drug dealers and meetings at nightclubs with known drug dealers and like everybody who worked in Perth hospitality, and I was a waitress at the time. So you sort of knew that they would come in and they would be gross and, you know, they'd be off their faces and you'd have to deal with them. And they're like, don't you know who I fucking am? It's like, yeah, I know who you fucking are. But I still think you're a dickhead, so go away. You know, and then like a manager or a like person would give you a $50 tip so that you would just not complain too loudly. But yeah, like the whole thing. And then Chris Mainwaring, who was also a sort of old football star of the Eagles, he died of a drug overdose at a party. It was a thing.
So you know what I want to bring up? One that I actually find funny. There are aspects of this guy that are definitely not funny anymore. But talking about people with falls from grace, Wayne Carey, who was captain of the North Melbourne team, he was one of the highest of high flying AFL players. And he was doing heaps of droogs, and he was a piece of shit. And it all blew up when they were having most of the team were at a barbecue at the vice captain's house, and Wayne Carey was fucking the vice captain's wife in the toilet, and the vice captain busted them, and it all blew. And that is just fucking hilarious as far as I'm concerned. These people were so revered, but so absolutely dysfunctional and such fucking losers. I just fucking laughed at that.
So for anybody that is watching this stream right now, when somebody asks you, or if you don't understand what the terminology of toxic masculinity is, look
the entire
at these
Australian
football players and
yeah,
like sports ball
Yeah.
players and stuff like
Yeah.
that. The overwhelming, oh, you need to be the alpha and the omega, and you need to be in charge, and you need to be able to kill this guy, and all of that sort of stuff. It leads them to this sort of mental conditioning where, you know, if their wife says no, they can beat the crap out of her. Like, you know, that is what fucking toxic masculinity is. It is not saying that being masculine is bad. It is saying that being taught to be that kind of a piece of shit is bad, and that is toxic, hence toxic masculinity. So it's just one of the things that drives me nuts, because a lot of people are like, oh, toxic masculinity is bullshit. And it's like, no, it's fucking real, and it's got real world deleterious effects, and here's real world fucking examples of how it is so beyond fucked.
Yep. And that's why the male suicide rate is so high.
The actual like worst part of working in Subiaco in that era was that you know, you would see the football players, and then you would see the wags, and then you would see the skags, right? So they're not the girlfriends, but they're the girls who want to be the girlfriends. And you're just like, love, come on, you've got so much potential, and you know, you've got brains in your head and shoes on your feet. Let's not do this, shall we?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all
People
fucked up.
like footballers, and I was like, I could care less. Actually, I only like one footballer. His name is David Warapunda, and he is an actual sweetheart.
That's nice.
The only person that I can think of that's like a bit of a sports person that's known around the world that I have some appreciation and respect for has got to be Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh yeah, I like him too.
Or John Cena. John Cena's cool too.
John Cena seems pretty cool, yeah.
But no, other than
my
that,
favorite,
like,
my favorite video of the thing is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson trying to convince his daughter that he is in Moana. It's like, that's Daddy. He's like, no. So cute.
Oh my god, that would be cute.
The other one is Kristen Bell trying to explain to her kid that she's in Frozen, and the kid's just like, I don't care. Like, you could not get apparently.
Sorry, go ahead, Catherine.
There's this really good picture of Kristen Bell, who was made by her daughters to dress up as Elsa from Frozen, and she plays Anna, and she is she has this face that's like, you're my kids, but I hate this.
I love the meme that was made. That was a mashup of Frozen and Breaking Bad, where the little sister comes up to the keyhole. Do you want to build a snowman? And it cuts to Breaking Bad. This is my own private domicile, and I'll not be bullied by the likes of you, bitch.
I haven't seen that one.
That made me laugh quite a bit. No, it's Sorry, go ahead, Angry.
I was going to say, if there wasn't so much good TV around, I'd rewatch Breaking Bad because that was, and also Better Call
It was
Saul.
great.
I haven't watched Better Call Saul, and it's like
I
fuck.
never could.
I haven't.
Breaking Bad never could grab me. I watched the first 5 episodes. It's my rule. If a show doesn't grab you by the first 5 episodes,
Yeah.
normally it's not going to. So I give it the first 5 episode treatment, and it just didn't grab me. It's not bad. It just didn't grab me.
Yeah, personal
You know
taste.
what drives me completely batty is
Hmm.
that there are so many American TV shows about normal people getting health issues and turning to crime.
Oh,
Nobody thinks that's an issue. It's like, how? How is this the solution? How is this what people think is okay? Like,
Yeah.
you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
like you wouldn't make that show in Australia because
Yeah.
nobody would
it
understand.
just
You just
wouldn't
be like,
work.
get your
Yeah,
Medicaid card out and go to the fucking hospital.
Yeah, you've got a green card for that. Yeah.
I've got
Exactly.
3 friends that live in Australia full time that are all expats from America. And when I asked them what made up your mind as between staying in Australia or moving back to America, they looked at me dead in the eyes and went, Medicare.
Yeah, it's like they
Yeah.
get tens of thousands. I think actually hundreds of thousands of bankruptcies every year just because someone got sick. It's
Yeah.
like,
Mm.
mate,
Do you know
Yeah.
what the largest provider of like health insurance in America is? GoFundMe. That's
Yes.
fucking wrong.
Yeah.
That's wrong. That's
Shit. Yeah.
bullshit. No fucking way. Like I cannot. I cannot. And they're
Right
like,
there with your point, right there.
I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about waiting times or referrals or something. And you're just like, neither do I. My husband got sick and he was in a hospital getting cancer cut out of his body in 2 weeks. And it would have been 3 days, but we had to get him from Sydney to Melbourne.
Yeah.
I look at somebody like AIDSy who has needed to have a lot of hospital stays throughout his life. If he
100%.
was in the American style fucking health
he was
care,
He'd be dead.
he would be with us.
He'd be dead.
You know,
Yeah.
and that just absolutely breaks my fucking heart. But you
Yeah.
talk to some Americans, especially right-wing fucking conservative Americans, and I have had, when I was in Florida, I actually had a lady get her husband to come down to threaten me with his gun because I said that we have Medicare in Australia and I wouldn't give it up for the world. That the overwhelming healthcare system that we've got in Australia, which may not be perfect, is worlds ahead of the treatment that you can get in America if
just
you
don't
are not
understand
fucking
how
stinking
They
rich.
can.
Wait,
I
what?
don't understand how they
Here's the
can
thing.
defend it. I
What
just don't
do
get
you
it.
want to do? But you just say Australia had something better? He was going to shoot you?
He
Yeah, because
came.
they're dumb. They're
okay.
really dumb.
No, he, no.
They're really dumb.
To be very clear on that story, thank Christ, there was a lady, like I was at a restaurant at the time, and one of the waitresses overheard this lady scream at me that she was going to get her husband to come down with a gun. They don't take those threats very lightly in America. She immediately called the police and said that this lady has just threatened these guys that her husband's going to come down with a gun and threaten them and all of this sort of stuff. This dickhead did actually arrive, but as he was arriving in the bloody quintessential redneck pickup truck, just to be clear, as he arrived, so did 2 fucking cop cars. And when the cops got out of their cars because there was reports of guns, they came out with guns fucking drawn. Now, it was a scary situation, not because if the cops weren't there, what would have happened, but because this lady was so offended by me and my other friend from Australia saying that our Medicare system is much more humane and better than this bloody private health insurance debacle that exists in America, where there are poor fucking people in America that have got wrist bracelets on that are basically, if I'm sick, don't take me to the hospital, let me die because I can't fucking afford it. Like, That is not a fucking sign of a first world healthy country. That is a sign of something is fucking wrong.
That is
And
bad.
the thing that like just blows my mind is that there are people who are like, no, this system is better. It's like, nah, babe, it's not. Like, it's not in any way, shape, or form.
This lady, she thought for sure that Australia didn't have things like MRIs, CAT scans. She didn't think that we had specialists. She thought because we were on a socialized healthcare system that we were still in the process of like, cutting to relieve fevers or leeches to remove bacteria or some type of bullshit like that.
Leeches.
Well, that's also got a lot to do with the fact that the American education system doesn't teach at all about anywhere, right? The reason that Americans are so Americocentric is that all of their movies, all of their TV, all of their communication is about America. So they have no concept that there is a world outside of America.
I was in America for the better part. I was over there for the better part of a year. I was there for just under 11 months. And in that time, I got to watch a bit of TV and all of that sort of stuff. And what I rapidly figured out was all of their advertising and all of their feel-good messages, as it were, was about what you can do for yourself to make you better than your neighbor, to make you better than this other person. It wasn't about you being better for you. It was you being better than the others. And so this is the real cultural basis of the self-centeredness that I have experienced from some Americans. Hashtag not all Americans. It definitely seems to be a very cultural. Thank you. It definitely seems to be a cultural thing of you need to be that selfish. Their propaganda around socialized healthcare is nothing short of like the Nazis' propaganda machine could have learnt from these assholes.
Yeah.
Like they are really, and it's still going on. When I was over there, we're talking very early noughties, like 2000 to 2001. There was still ads being showed at that time that were funded by various conservative parties and conservative political idealists that was screaming about the evilness that is a socialized healthcare system and how, if we take away your choice to decide, you're going to die type thing. And it's just, it's disgusting.
Well, here's the other thing that
public relations.
Preventative healthcare.
Hold on. Sorry, Abigail, you go ahead there. Sorry.
Yeah.
The term public relations was born out of the people who did propaganda in World War II. And when they got jobs in the corporate world, they needed a different name to propaganda. So they called it public relations.
There you go. And what were you trying to say? Sorry, Queen?
Which is why I think it's so funny when someone who studies public relations at uni, because you can, and I just turn around and say, oh, yeah, so you study propaganda then? And watching them try and justify it or like do a double take or whatever.
What were you trying to say, Queen?
PR bitches are the worst. What I was going to say was that there's a reason why the opioid crisis is so bad in America. And it has to do with the fact that you're paying so much to see the fucking doctor. You want to walk out of there with a prescription, right? So they just wrote prescriptions, right? And
that's also not mentioning the kickbacks that they got from the various drug companies as well.
I was about to get there, but and then you can't get any more pills from your doctor, or your first drug dealer is your doctor, and then you have to turn to heroin because heroin is cheaper.
Absolutely.
What fucking universe is heroin cheaper than painkillers? Because that doesn't make any fucking sense. And then there's also insulin is is like $500 a thing a week, and people have to decide whether or not they eat or buy medicine that means that they don't die. And
you were trying to say,
and you have to ration your insulin. How can you call yourself a first world country and have people going, if I want to eat this week, I can't have the thing that keeps me alive? Like, what the fuck? And you lose your job,
Catherine?
you lose your insurance, and you cannot afford anything. This is my hill.
Because Americans have to pay for everything, they don't do preventative medicine. Because basically you have to be sick before you go to the doctor, and then it will cost more to get the medicine.
Because you're really sick.
Yeah.
That's
instead of saying, all right, something feels a bit off, I wonder what's going on. How about I ask my doctor and he can nip it in the bud? Whereas in America, you can't afford it. So if you don't have insurance or whatever, and so you wait till it gets really bad, and then suddenly you've got a whole bunch of operations and meds and this and that and the other that you need, which if you went to the doctor a month ago, probably wouldn't have been a 5-minute one script fix.
Yeah, exactly.
Angry, what's your
I think
I was just going to say, actually noticing Savannah is on Facebook and chatting and living in America is giving some really good insights. People who won't go and get COVID tests because it will cost them too much. Savannah personally had an experience with having to have leg surgeries and had private insurance. And after the private insurance paid, they were $35,000 in debt. And just fucking shit.
That is unbelievable.
So
Savannah, my heart goes out to you, darling.
I have 2 nephews and a niece in America, and my second nephew was born by emergency C-section. And even though my sister-in-law, she has really good health insurance through her job, they had to pay $42,000 to have this emergency C-section. Otherwise, like, the baby or her could have died. Right.
Yeah.
A friend of mine's mom.
About a month later, my best friend in Australia had an emergency C-section. She paid $25 because she decided to have Foxtel in her hotel, in her hospital room.
Laughs in Australian.
A friend of mine that lives over in America, his mum was in a car accident, and in that car accident, she got a rather nasty gash on her leg that needed to get, stitches and sutured up and looked at by professionals. The ambulance took her to the wrong hospital that was closer to where she had the accident than the hospital that was on her actual insurance thing. Because this hospital wasn't part of her bloody private health insurance, she had to pay the entire fucking amount. And it was for 70-something odd stitches in her leg, ablation of the wound and dressing and all of that sort of stuff that you have to do. She was in there for the better part of about 8 hours, and she walked out of there with a bill for the better part of $100,000 fucking dollars.
Yep. That's how it goes.
Fucking God.
Yep.
How?
And if they had taken her to the other hospital that she was covered under a private health insurance, she still would have had to pay, but not $100,000. It would have been maybe $1,000 or something like that. That's it. And when they were explaining that to me, I'm like, even in Australia, if I was in a car accident and I got taken to one hospital and I'd needed to pay $1,000, I would be fucking outraged, because that's not what Medicare is about. Like, don't get me wrong. Abbott and his fucking cronies and the assholes in the Liberal Party doing everything they can to take away Medicare. But I would still be fucking outraged. Like, oh, that breaks my heart. It absolutely does. Oh,
well, you know, like my husband got sick in 2019, and he went to the emergency room because something was wrong. Right, he went to the emergency room. He was at a work thing, so he left to go to the emergency because something was not right. He stayed 2 nights in a hospital in Sydney. Then he got transferred to a Melbourne hospital where he had surgery. And we paid $100. And that was only because he had to get transferred to a different oncologist.
Right.
That's it. That's
like
all we
That's a
paid
lot.
for him to like have treatment. And then my sister-in-law is like, oh yeah, I had to pay $42,000 to have my baby or lose my life, or my baby's life.
Well,
Like,
then you hear
how?
the stories of people that live in places like Iceland and Switzerland and countries where they properly fund social health care. Where, like right now, a friend of mine, she had to go in for a biopsy on a lump on her ovary. She's got to wait 3 weeks for those results. So in these 3 weeks, she is absolutely freaking the fuck out because she doesn't know if it's ovarian cancer or not. She's having sleepless nights. She's having a lot of difficulty with dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. In countries where it is properly fucking funded, you don't have to wait for those results. You have to wait about an hour tops, and a person will come in and let you know if it is or if it is not, and if it is, what they need to do and all of that sort of stuff. There is no waiting. That's why I keep on saying that while we have Medicare in Australia, it is severely broken.
We could have it better.
We need to properly fucking fund it. And one of the arguments that is made that I tend to agree with is a lot of the government subsidies that are given to private health insurance companies in Australia. We should strip them completely the fuck away, get rid of private health insurance in Australia altogether, and all of those subsidies pumped directly into Medicare to bring back up the level of healthcare that can exist when a Medicare country, a socialized healthcare country, is properly fucking funded. Like they properly fund mental health as well. In a lot of these countries as well, things like addiction isn't treated as a crime or as a person is a piece of shit because they're addicted to something. It is treated as the chemical dependence and the psychological dependence that it is. So they have much better rates of people getting off shit and staying off shit for the rest of their days. They have lower rates of recidivism of crime and all of these sorts of different things. And it's all thanks to properly funding fucking medicine. And you've got idiots over in America, hashtag not all Americans, that scream that the lack of choice is what's going to kill them, or the lack of availability. And yeah, the waiting times in Australia can be a little bit on the fucking what the hell side. But again, that's due to underfunding. It's got nothing to do with it being socialized healthcare. It's got everything to do with the horrible fucking management of it on our government's behalf.
Yeah, and if it really bloody
also they
urgent,
pay HR people at the hospital way too much.
Do emergency treatment.
Yeah, no, it really does break your heart. Like looking at things like cancer in Australia, it's got to be one of the most heartbreaking things if you ever hear that from your doctor. You know, we've done a biopsy.
We lived that.
You know,
we lived that last year. 2019 was real shit. But you know, I cannot
to hear that.
Like, yeah, but you know, we have had incredible support from the Peter Mac Centre, and you know, when my husband said, "Oh, I'm moving to New South Wales," they're like, "Okay, cool, we'll transfer your file to somewhere else." And every 6 months he goes, and it takes 2 hours to get the screening, and then you know, we have a sit down with the doctor, and they're like, "You're good, keep going. Maybe cut off, like slow down on the booze." And he's like, "I can't do that. That's my job." Anyway.
Well, I'll keep my fingers
And I'm like,
absolutely crossed.
"Oi,
It never fucking
oi,
comes back.
bitch, that's my job. You're an accountant."
Like, it's going to be one of the most heartbreaking things to hear in any country. You know, the results have come back and we found cancer, and you know, you need to go
It
through
wasn't
this, that,
fun.
and the other.
I can definitely
If-
tell you that call, like that phone call, because I found out via phone call because my husband was
Hey.
in Sydney for work.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
I'm a
I was
smoker,
I
so
was
it
on
is.
a phone. I was on a flight 3 hours later, and that was only because the flight that was immediately had just taken off. Like,
Yeah.
so you
Yeah.
know, I was
No,
super well supported, and everybody was lovely. But yeah, the last
Yeah.
time we
I
were
understand
in Sydney, I was collecting my husband from hospital.
No, I mean it is a thing. Like, I am a smoker, so it is a concern of mine. But I would be far more afraid of that if I lived in a country like America. Like,
Oh,
if I
yeah.
got diagnosed with it over here in Australia, at least I understand that my treatment, if successful or not, won't drive me and my wife into the poorhouse. It won't drain our fucking bank accounts. If I die
Medical
from cancer,
bankruptcy is 100% a thing in only one country, America. Oh, I think it might also be a thing in like India and maybe like some other.
India's got pretty strong socialized healthcare over there as well.
It happens in Australia. It happens in other places, but in a handful of cases. And in the US, it's hundreds of thousands of cases every fucking year. No, again, Savannah giving us the first-hand stuff on Facebook. Oh, and okay, this is somewhat of a problem here, but they're also pointing out dentistry, vision, mental health is just in the US. People will go with a mouthful of cavities because you just can't do anything about it. It's like, God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Savannah, in Australia, most dental healthcare is not actually bulk billed. There are some bulk billed dentists that exist in Australia.
There are public dentistry and community dentists all over Australia as well.
There are
most of it is state government funded.
Yeah,
I live across the road from one.
There's not enough of them, and their waiting lists are stupendous.
Yeah.
If you need to get in to see a dentist, then you've still got to pay for it over here. But this is, when Medicare was first introduced in Australia, you didn't. When Medicare was first introduced, dental work was covered under it. It was then stripped out of it. I think it was about 5 or 6 years after it was first introduced that it was stripped out of it. And there are, like, my wife, over her years, she needed to have braces and all sorts of different things. We have spent the better part of $15,000 on my wife's teeth. Now, you say that to other Australians who have got socialized healthcare, they're like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. You say that to an American, and they're just like, yeah, at least you didn't get sick.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's kind of like with when AZ had to get completely new teeth. He was like, oh, this is going to take, the waiting list is a year, 2 years. And they just said to him one day, oh, if you're okay with students doing it, we'll do it next week. AZ was just, fucking go, do it.
Yep,
and so he got the new teeth in about 3 months, and we were expecting at least 1 or 2 years. But it's because he just went, students can do it. I don't fucking care. Go for it.
I had cataracts. I have as I said the other night, I have a disease called myotonic dystrophy. And one of the things that can happen with myotonic dystrophy is that you can get pretty bad cataracts. Now, because I was in my early 30s when I got my cataracts, it was that bad that I had to prohibit myself from driving because I couldn't see properly.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Okay.
Now, I was in this weird situation in the Australian healthcare system where because I was above a certain age and below a certain age, I wasn't really looked at as a high priority for cataract surgery done under socialized healthcare. And I could have been waiting years upon years before I finally got in to see a surgeon to get one eye done, and then it would have been years upon years to get the next eye done. A lot of people in Australia will only have one eye done because they don't have time to wait for the second one. I was incredibly fortunate that my father was able to dip into his super to pay for me to get that done. Now, here's the ridiculous part of it. It was $11,000 for me to get both of my eyes done. With the Medicare rebate, we got $9,400 of that straight back.
That's
Now,
good.
it's a good thing that we got that money back, but why is it that they can refund that money almost straight away, but not get somebody in my situation in for the surgery without having to go through the entire rigmarole of having to get the money out of fucking super and putting it back in and all of that sort of shit?
Yeah, no fucking bureaucracy, man. It's
Yeah.
And yeah, I can still, I see now fairly well, and every day, may he forever rest in peace, but every day when I open up my eyes and I can read a book or I can read my mobile phone or I can drive or whatever, I am always mindful to thank my dad, always.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it is. It's a pretty good system. It's been undermined. It's still pretty good. But Jesus, they do their very best to fucking undermine it. I mean, they're paid. They are literally paid by the private insurance companies to go, no. So move all this, don't cover this, make people have to pay extra to cover this. And the Liberals are so fucking wedded to ideology over practical. I mean, forget caring about people. They don't care about people, but they will do stuff that costs more just because it fits their ideology. Like it costs the economy more to have all this shit not covered, but it fits their ideology. So they're like, yeah, we talk about being economic managers, but really we're just pieces of shit.
And let's just delve into that just a little bit more, if we may, just for a moment.
Yeah.
You look at the mentality that a lot of Liberal voters out there have. They're the ones that are going to be really quick to post those bullshit memes like, I think that it's unfair that our veterans aren't properly taken care of, and yet a junkie could get a free needle. Share if you agree, type thing.
Absolutely.
And it's like, why can't we take care of them fucking both? It's not that we should be taking. Yeah. You know, it's not a fucking this person deserves more than the other. We should be doing our level best to take care of fucking both, not just one. You know, yeah, sure. Veterans have got a fucking shithead of a deal when they come back. It's a horrible, horrible thing, and a lot more needs to be done for it. But that doesn't need to be done at the expense of somebody who has wasted their life on drugs.
It's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
They love the false binaries. They're saying like, oh, why does this happen? This should happen. Like, dude, both. Like, you always want to post the bloody what's that home Mexican food ad with the little girl going, why not both?
Why not both?
Yo quiero los dos. Yep.
Yeah.
And 100%, yeah, it's a mentality that absolutely drives me nuts. But unfortunately, that is the mentality of the greatest majority of fucking conservative voters in this country. And that's why they get as many votes as they do, is because what about us being better than the other guy? And it's like, we shouldn't be thinking that fucking way. If you have any real form of fucking empathy, you don't fucking think that way. I never, ever, ever have, and never fucking will, I hope, ever stood on top of or stabbed somebody else in the back to get any fucking advantage in my life, because I'm not a piece of shit, and I don't want fucking recognition for that, because that should be the bare fucking minimum for being a human being.
Not being a piece of shit.
Tell us what you really think, Grasshopper.
There's kind of a cousin to that people on the left are often guilty of, when you say, I'm upset about X, and they jump straight in with, oh, how can you be upset about X when Y is happening? And it's like, motherfucker, you might be thick as shit, but I can hold two thoughts in my head at the same time. I can go.
I can't stand people who do not believe in intersectionality.
Yes, absolutely.
So every time there's a debate about smoking laws, in like public smoking, and and the smokers just come out of the woodwork and say, well, you put up with cars, they make pollution too. So
Okay,
therefore,
as-
everyone can
okay.
smoke in your face. Like,
I'm going to
false
say this.
dichotomy.
I'm going to say this as a fucking smoker. I have got one room in my house that I smoke in because my wife is a non-smoker. My brother is a non-smoker. I've got one room in my house that I smoke in. The air conditioning vent remains closed and the windows are left wide open. And that is my room to work in during the night and stuff like that rather than going outside. I will not smoke in my car when I've got other people in my car that are non-smokers. I have zero issues with not being able to smoke inside of a restaurant. I have got zero issues of not being able to smoke inside of indoor venues or train stations or buses or any of that shit because this shit is nasty. Nobody wants to be around it if they're a non-fucking smoker. I get it. I won't even go up to give my wife a kiss if I've had a smoke recently. I will fucking scrub my teeth first or hit my breath with breath freshener before I give her a kiss because it is fucking disgusting. I am aware of this. Most smokers are. The ones that come out and go, oh, but cars cause more pollution or buses cause more pollution or whatever, they're the fucking single-minded, as Queen said, not capable of intersectionality fucking thought, selfish cunts that give people like me a bad fucking name. It drives me absolutely nuts, and I'm saying this as a fucking smoker. I wish I wasn't, but I'm heavily addicted. It is a fucking fact. I'm going to be starting on this champing shit and whatnot to try and kick the shit in the curb, but while I am a fucking smoker, I will do everything I can to respect everybody else around me because secondhand smoke can cause all sorts of health issues, not to mention the smell, not to mention a lot of people physically gag at the smell of cigarette smoke. And if you've ever gone into
Cigarette
an
smoke
airport,
is one of my Aspie triggers. I just can't deal with it. It's like
if you have
physical
ever gone into
pain. Yeah.
if you have ever gone into an airport for an international flight and you've gone through security and they've got a smoker room that you could go into, holy shit, even as a smoker, it fucking reeks in there so horribly.
I once worked for Philip Morris, and we were allowed to smoke in the office.
Alcohol and tobacco.
Yeah.
What's your next job? Firearms?
Next, I've got to do betting or some sort of I'm just collecting vices. It's very funny. My mum absolutely hated that I worked for a cigarette company. She hates that I work for an alcohol company. She's like, why can't you just do godly shit? Is actually what she said.
I have a friend.
Why can't you do some godly work? And it's like, I worked for a shampoo company and I fucking hated it. Why would I? I can't drink shampoo.
Funny story. I was when I was younger. My lazy ass dad used to send either me or my brother to the milk bar to buy his smokes. And he'd give us a bit of money for some lollies because sweeten the deal. And one time I went and the Philip Morris lady was there. The worker that's selling the products to the milk bar, and she gave me a lighter, straight up. Hello, child of 10 or 11. I see you're buying our cigarettes. Have a lighter. Yeah,
that's brilliant.
I shit you not. And I ended up giving that to my dad because I didn't need it.
The whole so I actually got my start in what I do by getting this job working for for the people that distributed the cigarettes. But whatever. At the time I was a smoker, and things fall off the back of trucks. And it was a very efficient way of doing things.
It's funny to me hearing about the people complaining about the black market cigarette trade that exists in Australia now. because of the price of fucking cigarettes.
Have
like,
you
I am
tried
not-
to buy a fucking deck of cigarettes recently? Obviously, you have, Shannon. But
Yeah.
so having worked for Philip Morris and gotten staff discount, and and
Just-
then
was-
like
That
you know,
was something that I
and then
truly
having
loved
to
about traveling overseas.
and then having to like actually pay for cigarettes, I was like, oh, I think I'll quit because this is expensive. And people are like, oh, do you smoke? And I'm like, only in very, very stressful situations. So, like I pick it up, I put it down. If I've had 2 bottles of wine, definitely need a cigarette at that point.
So many
doesn't
of my
go really
friends
well-
don't smoke until alcohol, like the moment that alcohol passes their lips, they
It's
want a
wine.
I
cigarette.
don't get that. I have
it's
no
not
idea
gin.
why
Some of
that
my friends
happens.
do, yeah.
It's not gin or white spirits, it's wine. Give me a couple of glasses of wine and I am fiending for a cigarette. If I'm drinking spirits, I'm cool. Like absolutely fine. But
It is a
also my
thing. It
husband
is a
very
trigger.
much frowns upon the smoking. So we don't do the smoking.
Oh, Savannah, Girl Scout. I smoke, and in the Midwest, a pack is $6. Savannah, I hate you out of pure jealousy.
Yeah,
So
I don't
much.
smoke and I
So,
hate you.
Savannah, I'll put this up very quickly for you, okay? This is a packet of 30 cigarettes. That cost me 47 Australian dollars.
Whoa!
Holy
And it's Long Beach. It's not even good cigarettes. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. Because I got staff discount.
$47 for 1 pack.
$47 for 1 pack, Abigail.
That's more than $1 a stick.
Yep.
Whoa! You know
So
what
I
it
smoke.
is?
If I'm going to smoke, I smoke Marlboro Golds. They're like $50 a pack. They're
For a pack of 20s.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead,
exactly.
Catherine.
My mum years ago used to work for Coles Mire in the warehouse in the distribution centers, and they used to have the smokes in a cage so no one could get at them.
Mhm.
And there would be like
Yeah. My
10,
dad
20
started
grams,
that.
Really?
10, 20 grams worth of
Yeah.
smoke in those cages.
Oh, Catherine.
So
Sorry, go ahead, Abigail.
Yeah.
my dad was hired by Coles Mire to because he was in security, but like he was not just a security
Yeah.
guard. He once had a job where he set up the entire security system of a high-end hotel.
Yeah.
5-star.
Okay.
Yeah, he
So
worked
he
in
was a security
hotels.
consultant.
Yeah, something like that. So he was hired by Coles Mire to upgrade and run their security in their distribution centers.
Yep.
What they didn't tell him was that there was a multi-million-dollar theft ring run by the people that he had to report to. And so when because he was such a Boy Scout, when he came to his job, he was black and white and like
Yeah.
total lawful good paladin in his job. And so
Yeah.
he did his job really well. And when the death threats came and when he had to like dodge a few forklifts,
Jesus Christ.
they threatened him, they threatened his family, us obviously, and he had a nervous breakdown and he got a 6-figure payout by Coles Mire because of it. But he rooted out this like multi-million-dollar theft ring from distribution centers. So when you see smokes in cages, my dad did
What
that.
state was this in?
This was in
Distribution
Victoria.
centers are rife with thievery.
Yeah.
So
There are some.
I used
shopping
to. I
centres.
used to.
Oh, just this.
There are
Just
some
the
shopping
simple
centres
act-
in New South Wales. Sorry, there are some shopping centres in New South Wales where the cigarette delivery that is made to the tobacconists or to the Woolworths or to the Coles is done under fucking armed guard because of how much
because
money
of
is involved.
Just the simple act of putting locks on the trucks got him like threatened by people.
Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was
So-
really bad.
So I used to work for a company that sold really high-end hand soap. Right? Okay, so
Yep.
it retails for $65 a fucking bottle. It does make
Jesus.
me really goddamn precious about what kind of hand soap I use because, you know, if it's not $65 a fucking bottle, I don't want it. But
This is why you call yourself
When I-
queen, isn't it?
yeah, well, it's got the royal seal on it, so obviously this works. But
Oh,
when I
that's that
joined the
marketing.
company, they had just gotten rid of the man who had been running the distribution center for like 15 years because they figured out, and it was so obvious, but nobody had noticed for a while. He was most definitely running the thieving ring that was selling these
Yeah.
products on eBay.
Oh, wow.
This guy was so
Yeah.
confident that he responded to an eBay query from his corporate email.
Oh.
It had been going on
Yeah.
for so long that he had gotten so comfortable with the idea that
So
Mhm.
nobody knew that it was him or whatever. But anyway, so yeah,
in the
that
in
was
the
pretty
YouTube
funny.
comments,
And we lost $8 million worth of stock.
Wow.
$1 million.
No, there was
You
there was
try
a guy in the
explaining that to
YouTube-
the auditors.
there was a guy in the YouTube comments, L3D Tube, tobacco raised more than 2 EU here. I ask before 2 lols. I'm
That's
sorry.
cold.
I'm trying. Like, I am going to run the assumption that English isn't your first language. There, would you be able to restate that in a way that
I
we might
think
be able to
he's-
answer?
I think he's saying that yeah, I think he's saying recently the price of ciggies went up €2, which is the
And there would have been a
equivalent of
riot.
about $5.
Bloody hell. That's just
When we went backpacking in Southeast Asia, I was like, husband, I legitimately just have to retake up smoking because you know, a packet of cigarettes was 80 cents, and I was like, I know it's bad for me, but I really like it.
The tobacco companies lost the battle here, but they just moved countries.
They just moved countries.
A lot of Asian countries are massively in the pocket of tobacco companies, and they literally like they have cigarette stands outside of schools. It's like
I know.
Savannah, I've also brought up your Facebook feed now so that I can actually answer you as well. Sorry, I haven't been trying to ignore you or the YouTube guys, but I've literally got to have 3 windows open.
It's a real pain to watch the chat on my tablet. When I've got you guys on a laptop, it's fine because the chat just runs up the side and you can talk to the people. But it's a pain.
Yeah.
It's a pain on the tablet.
Yeah.
That's why I try to make a point of saying, "Oh, someone from Facebook just commented X."
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
on
L3D.
I've got three
L3D
monitors.
Sorry,
three
go ahead.
monitors at the moment. My main monitor is 1440p. I'm playing a game at the moment. I got my monitor up here, which is an HD. It's only 1080p. I'm slumming it. Which I've got this stream
Those are
on,
good numbers,
and
Abigail.
the one
You gotta
over
put up
here
those
to the
numbers.
right, I've got chat. I've got the sound box. I'd need another one. When I was doing the stream last night, the show stream I did before I came on here, I could have used 2 more monitors because I had the Facebook stream, I had OBS, I had Skype running, Discord, coordinating all these things. I could have used the whole setup. But yeah,
L3D Tube said,
I couldn't do it on a tablet.
L3D Tube said, "Oh, okay, 5 buckaroos."
Yeah.
Dollary dues.
Yeah, no, it's dollary dues. L3D Tube. It's not buckaroos. It's dollary dues.
Angry. This
Yeah.
is the next bottle that I'm going to insist that you buy. It is
Ooh, Patient
called
Wolf.
Summertime by Patient Wolf.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate sitting in the sun drinking a G&T gin.
Ooh. Okay.
But I'm not sitting in the sun. I'm drinking it directly over ice because this is my
Queen, you
350
horrible-
ml bottle, and I'm about to run out of it. And it's very
Queen, you
upsetting.
horrible
alcohol
enabler,
content
you.
in that one?
Huh?
Sorry.
Sorry,
What's
say
the
that again,
alcohol
Angry.
content? What's the alcohol content, Kirsten?
41.5. So it's a it's a gin, but it's
Yeah.
made by literally the two most cutest dudes in gin.
You've told me about them, yeah.
Matt and Dave, they're just adorable. They used to be walking distance from my house. I am so sad that they're no longer walking distance from my house. And we went to go and say goodbye to them, and they literally like gave us bottles. They were like, "You've got to take these to Sydney with you." We're like, "No, we can't possibly." And they're like, "No, you're massive ambassadors for the brand." So here's me saying cheers to Matt and Dave.
Angry, you were saying the other night that Mrs. Angry makes some of her own types of alcohol. Is she as much of a cocktail fan as you are, or?
File that under yes and no. She's been having a lot of problem with heartburn lately, and alcohol is a contributor. Like she's had to stop eating. It's that bad. She's had to stop eating tomatoes because the acidic content in tomatoes. And she's I started making milk clarified cocktails for our date nights because that takes the acidic edge off the things. But she's lately steering clear of it altogether. She always like for our date nights, I would go to Whole Trouble. I'd do a cocktail menu. There would be like 12 choices I'd come up with. And of course, we were only having like three cocktails over the course of the night. And so then it would be like, what did you think of that one? And of the three we had, I'd maybe keep one, like, okay, that was the best one out. And we'd do different ones. So there were like 12 choices. So I'd make 6 cocktails over the course, and we'd taste each other's cocktail and whatnot. And we'll go, okay, these were the best ones. We'll keep them on the list. The other ones, we'll rotate them out, and I'll try and find some new ones. So I did that like 7 or 8 times. And then she started having the real problems with the heartburn. So I was like, okay, I'm just doing milk clarified cocktails. But then, more recently she's going like, no, the heartburn really sucks and I'm trying to get rid of it altogether. So she's off the alcohol. I'm trying to think, she was off like tomatoes, not being able to eat tomatoes because they're too acidic is pretty bad.
That would break my heart. It's one of my favorite veggies. Mega Leech says she needs some omeprazole.
Yeah.
My grandmother had to give up tomatoes and oranges for arthritis.
For arthritis.
And I've got a cousin-in-law who's allergic to tomatoes.
Yeah,
and so have you ever tried to make salad that doesn't have tomatoes in it?
Yeah.
Actually, I make a rocket salad that has got no tomato in it because a couple of my friends are very, very sensitive to tomatoes. I'll send you this recipe as well if you want, Queen.
I don't like rocket.
Absolutely.
But I always substitute spinach for rocket. It's too spicy. I'm such a white girl.
Too spicy. Oh, wow.
Too
Wow.
spicy.
Okay. Even my wife can handle that, and she's translucent. She's so white, Queen. I mean, come on now.
I don't like spicy. It's too spicy and spiky in my mouth.
Are you trying to tell us that
I
you're
don't
not
like
a spicy
too much
queen?
pepper.
Is
It's
that what
too
you're saying?
spicy.
That you're not a spicy queen?
I'm not a spicy queen. I have flavor other ways. I just don't like spicy things.
I think you're reading something into that, Shannon. But anyway,
I have
I'm
the personal
completely innocent of
opinion
all those bloody
because-
charges, Angry. I'll have you know. Horrible bloody lies and slander from you, guys.
that, like, because I don't like spicy food either, and I go to some restaurants and they just like pile the chili on, and like some entire cuisines are based around spicy food. And I have the opinion that if you can't make something tasty without chili or some sort of spiciness, then you're a shit chef.
And that's a fair call.
I agree.
Yeah,
Mm.
it is. It is.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
Because I've met people who like to cook, and like some of them cannot make stuff without chili, and like, no, that's just your personal taste.
I am
You
the
know,
cook.
and-
I am the cook in my household because my wife could ruin cereal. I love it to tears. But yeah, no, she can't cook. My brother can't cook. I am the cook in my house. Now, I'm certainly not a bloody Michelin star chef or any kind of bullshit like that. But I'm decent in the kitchen. I know my way around. I am not a big fan of spicy food. I was deathly allergic to chili as a kid. And over time, that allergy has gotten less so that now if I have it by accident, I feel sick, but I'm not going to die. So I'll take that. But yeah, no, I never really developed a spice palate as such. But all of the foods that I cook, if they call for coriander, can't put that in because to me and my wife it tastes like soap.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
coriander's the
that
worst.
is the thing.
Yeah,
That's
if it calls for
apparently a genetic thing. It's some
it
people.
is.
apparently, yeah.
It
It tastes
it's a
literally
reaction
like
to the
soap.
fact that it's poison.
It's a
Coriander
worst.
is a family is a relative of deadly nightshade. It's your body saying this shit is poison.
Let's just be clear on that one, Kirst. So is caffeine.
Yeah,
So
but caffeine's delicious.
Yeah, but like
It's the
if
beans
you
that
ate
make
caffeine,
go-go juice.
if you ate caffeine just by itself, it would taste like shit. Like no one's drinking caffeine pure.
also on that same token, if you eat pure caffeine, you're gonna die. Like pretty
yeah.
rapidly, you're gonna die. You know, it's like the licorice. There's certain ingredients inside of real licorice that can really fuck up your insides. And if you enjoy a licorice treat and all of that sort of stuff, then go nuts. But if you, it's one of the ingredients. It's one of the aniseed ingredients that's inside of it. If you were to eat it in its pure form, you'd be dead. You'd be very dead. So, and it would most likely taste like shit as well in its pure form, I think. Yeah, no, LED tube, sugar tends to help balance it out. I do my level best not to add sugar into any of my cooking unless I am making something with a heavy tomato base. A little bit of sugar can really help with the acidity of the tomatoes, but there are people out there that will put like 2.5 teaspoons of sugar into like a bolognese sauce, for instance. I won't go for that. It's literally maybe a half a teaspoon. But if you cook bolognese or a tomato-based sauce properly and for a longer period of time, you don't need any sugars to help out with the acidity. The cooking process takes care of it for you.
That's what I reckon. Put 2 squares of dark chocolate into his bolognese sauce, and I was like, okay, hello, sir. He's like, do it, don't do it, whatever. Fucking believe me.
Yeah.
No, milk in bolognese is a real thing, and it is fucking delicious. There's the guy on YouTube, and that's what I reckon. Swears a lot when he does the cooking videos. Now, he put milk in his bolognese, but I was making bolognese that night that he released that video just by happenstance. And it was just my wife and I eating it, and we just kind of went, you know what? We'll give it a go. If it's absolutely crap, we'll pour it out and we'll go down the road and we'll get ourselves Thai or something like that. So we'll give it a go. And you know what? It is freaking delicious. It is absolutely awesome. I highly recommend it. And I have seen the man Gordon Ramsay do it. I have seen the man Gordon Ramsay do it. Now, if Ramsay is going to do it, then you know it's okay. Because Ramsay be the king of the kitchen, apparently. I think he's a bit of a cunt, but you know,
he's
my brother.
He's actually a really cool dude.
in real life,
My-
most
my
likely, but
brother-
I could never work.
My brother
Yeah,
worked
anybody-
with him and
Oh,
said
yeah,
that
he wouldn't
he's
work.
so chill, and the squares is for
Okay.
the TV cameras. He's super chill and
Okay.
completely happy, which is hilarious because there's my brother who has literally the bluest mouth you've ever seen. He makes me look like a choir girl, and I can swear like there is no tomorrow. Which is why I work in logistics, and people are like, "Oh, sorry, I said fuck in front of you." I was like, "Yeah, cunt, whatever."
Yeah.
Savannah in
I'm
the
awful.
Facebook chat has said authentic Mexican food can be delicious and spicy, but it's like the spicy enhances the other flavor. Savannah, yes, I make a peppery, like a almost Creole style of a chicken noodle soup, where I use paprika and cayenne pepper to give it a little bit of a kick, and it does not burn the tongue, it does not burn the throat, but that background flavor along with the rest of the chicken noodle soup, which I also make creamy by using a bechamel with it, it really does help to lift up those flavors quite a bit.
All right. There's a Mexican place up the road from me run by actual Mexican people, which is somewhat unusual. And they are lovely.
Here in
But
Australia.
they do stuff without over-the-top spices, and the natural flavors that they bring into the stuff is fucking magical. Like if you say, "Oh, kick the chili up 10 notches," they'll do it. But they also know I can make this for white people, and you will, even if you've never thought Mexican food was particularly good, you'll love this because I'm bringing out all these flavors in it. And it is really good.
Yeah, Savannah says,
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
been
like
to a
sugar
few
added to
Mexican
spaghetti
places
sauce.
like that.
Yeah, there's a,
I just find that weird. Trippy Taco here in Melbourne is good for that. It depends on who the chef is at the time, but like sometimes I'll just request no spicy at all, treat me like a white person, and it'll just be tofu and all the stuff they add. But like it tastes absolutely delicious.
no, I mean
It's also
spices can.
vegetarian, so
Well, I mean, spices can honestly be used to enhance flavor. It's things like,
course,
you know, the scorpion's tail, or like those silly bloody sauces that I've seen, where it's like, you know, to a kilo of mince, add 2 eye droplets, and that will be all of the heat
It's
that
like
you need. And it's
I
like,
Google
have a
on the
jar of
Scoville
that
scale.
kind of spice. It's just called very friggin' hot chili sauce.
it's
I've
What's
had
the
it for
Scoville
like 10
scale of
years.
it?
what's the Scoville scale to some of these sauces, and the sauces look at you and go, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, are we talking about the COVID scale for chili? How sick do you get after the chili? Sorry.
The Scoville scale is a scale of hotness, the capsaicin
Yes.
level, basically. Yeah.
Abigail knows all about the scales of hotness. Hey. There we go.
Oh, angry!
I was gonna make that joke. Jeez.
I got in first.
My name is called chili
I love you,
sauce.
Abigail.
Ooh,
It's
that
friggin' hot habanero chili paste.
No,
Wow.
thank you. No, thank you.
Hard
at
pass.
all.
I think
I'm
I've
Yeah.
Most hardest to pass.
there's
Wait,
an Australian brand. It's coming through the screen, Catherine. There's an Australian brand of really over the top chili, and they've actually paired with a distillery to make a chili vodka. The name of the brand is Shit the Bed Chili, and
I just built it on my computer.
and so there's now a Shit the Bed Chili vodka. So there you go.
nice.
Catherine shit the bed. Apparently, is that what you're saying?
No, it is a thing that I don't think I will ever truly understand. Is this idea of making it like so bloody hot that your eyes water, that you're sweating, that oh my god, my asshole's going to burn tomorrow, as sort of like a
Why? Why is that the goal?
It is a why. Yeah.
I just don't understand that kind of punishment for your butthole.
No. But some people love to punish them. I saw a chili eating contest in Texas, and of course in Texas they're really and they're eating whole chilies, right? And they're serious about it. Mm-hmm. And there's this whole crowd of people, and most of them, as they chew one up, they're pulling faces and screaming and going, "Oh my god, oh my god!" And there's this one dude. He's like this big fat cowboy dude with a big fucking cowboy hat. Ooh, Catherine just vanished. He's got a big fucking
She's
fucking
go and eat chilies.
And he's absolutely emotionlessly just eating chilies. There's no emotion. Oh, Catherine's coming back. Wait a sec. I'll bring her back.
Hello.
Catherine's back. There you go. You're back.
Sorry, I put it on my computer, and I wiped out my computer, and I think I exited the broadcast.
Whoops.
Ian,
oh well.
Cleaning your keyboard and you cut us off.
Yeah.
You're back now, and that's the important part.
Even smelling it right now because it habaneros, just smelling it burning my
Oh, good God.
Oh, goodness
nostrils.
Yeah.
Paper.
All right.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine when he was still with us by the name of Luke. He decided to make a stupid hot chili for him and his brother once. And in this stupid hot chili, he decided that he was going to add 8 chopped up habaneros. And after he finished chopping up his 8th habanero with habanero juice all over his fingers, went, "Oh, I need to wipe my eyes."
Oh, yeah.
The other thing,
just from hearing that story.
Wiping your ass with the gimpy plant.
Yeah.
The
other thing you have to remember after chopping chilies is don't masturbate. So,
You know what? One of the funniest things that I saw.
It's like the urban legend of the person that reaches. Sorry, Queen. Sorry. It's like the urban legend of the guy that reaches for what he thinks is lube, but it turns out to be deep heat, and accidentally implies that. Sorry, go ahead, Queen.
There was something that I saw on Facebook or somewhere, and it was like, pretend that your mask is your ball sack and you've just chopped chilies.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your name?
Just chopped 100
And I'm
chilies.
like, don't fucking touch it. That's the implication there.
Yeah.
No, I gotta say that's definitely one thing that I'm glad that I never have to consider whenever I'm cooking, because I'm not a fan of stupid spicy or anything like that. That I would ever have to chop up a chili and then, I don't know, need to go and take a pee and aim the hose, as it were, or something along those lines. Because that would end in agony.
Absolutely. It's such a way. The thing I was talking about, the Texan chili eating contest, there was the one dude who absolutely calmly was just eating chili after chili while everyone else was doing a big song and dance. It's burning. And then they did a close-up shot of him, and sweat was starting to trickle from under his hat. And it was just like no one else was sweating. And this dude is just turning up his body temperature so much, sweat starting to, like his tongue's sending insane messages to his brain. Like his tongue's going, we're dying, fucking do something.
I did have to go wash my hands just in case there was chili on them, because...
Smart choice, Catherine. Smart choice.
That's a good idea. And
Catherine
telling us she's going to masturbate later, so that's
I think you're in trouble for that one, Angry. I think you're definitely in trouble for that one.
No,
okay. All right. I tell you what.
Simpson with candle wax and eating chilies.
Yep. I am quickly going to the loo.
Don't talk to me about candle wax.
And then I'm going to end the live stream. So I'm just putting the link up there in case anyone wants to join the after show, because this will be your last chance. I'm going to go to the loo, and I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to end the live stream. So
Okay.
No worries.
unless I've got prostate problems, I'll be back in a minute. So
Okay. What is the time anyway?
That have developed in the last
It's about
4 hours and
12:30.
23 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I say that if he's got prostate problems, that Abigail goes over and checks his prostate for him, because I'm certainly not going to do it.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
not my thing. Not my thing.
I was going to say, Abigail, aren't you like specifically lady focused?
Yeah.
About 90% lady focused, which is pretty high.
Well, we know that Angry is 100% lady focused, so it would just be absolutely hilarious for him to have to go through that on camera. Although I think that there's a porn movie named after something like that, so let's not go down that path, shall we?
I'm sure there is.
Lady
Yeah.
focused?
Lady focused.
Oh,
I do want to ask the people on YouTube, is anyone actually watching us? Or
Yeah.
Well, according
Yeah.
to the YouTube stream, there are 8 people watching now on YouTube, and we know
Yeah.
that we've at least got Savannah on Facebook. But a friend of mine also sent me a message letting me know that she is currently watching me in this live stream, and she's trying to make me laugh while I'm on stream.
Oh,
okay.
well. If we're going to make
Yeah.
people try and laugh on the stream.
Abby, don't you bloody dare! After your actions last night, young lady. All right.
Hang on while I take a picture.
You
Hang on.
cheeky bitch. Don't get me wrong. I'm not angry. I was just very much taken aback.
I know. I was trying to change the subject.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey, we've got Mega Back.
Right,
Hey,
Mega
Mega Leech.
okay, so I'm
Hello, Mega Leech.
going to say good night to everyone. Safa's saying nights.
no.
L3
Hi, everyone.
Pitsy Wallaby 99.
I do have to say, unfortunately, tonight I won't be able to hang around for the after party because I've got work to do.
Oh, bummer.
But it was
fine.
great to come back and see you all. Love you all.
All right, good night, everyone.
Bye.